everyone doing tonight? It's Saturday night. I'm tired as hell. It's been a long day. Hope you all have been having a great weekend. Enjoying the hopefully nice weather. It's starting to get nice out finally. Spring has almost, well, actually no. It is spring now. No, next week, this week. I don't know. It's getting nice out. Nope. Oh, you gonna come here? You gonna come here? Nope, never mind. I thought we had a doggo. We have a toddler. Never mind. Not as, whoa, whoa. Oh, there we go. Oh, and we got a doggo. Okay. Baby. And doggo. There. All the clickbait, like bait. You gonna say hi? Say hello. 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 You should be sleeping. You should be sleeping. No? You're not gonna go sleeping? You wanna see what Daddy made?
Buddy.
What's that? That's Vision. Yes, kiss. Kiss Vision. Okay, sure. Can you tell the audience that they can get this model at Thangs.com? That's right. We're going to use you for shilling. Yay, content. Okay, you got to go sleepy though. Okay, go to mama. There we go. Have a good night. There we go. Okay, a little bit of distraction. I thought that was the dog. Turns out it was my kid. He should be sleeping right now. Mom is letting him stay up. So anyways, yes. As you know, my thing now has been to try and print something new every week. And with the LGX that I'm testing, and actually I just finished, I've been printing a lot of things. And when you're looking for a lot of things to print, you go to Thangs. This is a model by Chaos Core Tech. I've been a fan of them for a while. They've been doing some really nice models. So this is the Vision, for those that have been watching WandaVision. So you can grab that. It's linked below. Want to give a shout out to Thangs. They are sponsoring the stream tonight, friend of the channel. Let me get the music going and catch up on chat. So let's see here. So let me actually open up the stream. So hopefully you guys have been seeing me the whole time. Is Doggo jealous? Just a little bit. Jordan, yes, I gotta update my intro. It's starting to get a little outdated. So anyways, tonight's stream is kind of a grab bag of things. We're still waiting on Toasty Boy parts to come in, as you know, before I start the next full build series. So right now we're waiting on the frame. Basically, I can't really do anything without the frame, and I have some stuff starting to trickle in here and there, but without a frame, I can't put it on anything. So we're waiting on that. It is on its way. It's an LDO frame we're going to be using, and it's a V1 frame, which they're manufacturing new. It's a new thing. So it is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, Joe, don't worry. I'm not getting rid of the sparks. I'm just going to probably put some newer clips in it. I actually have gotten to like the intro music a lot. It's just from the YouTube free library. So, Raymond, $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Doggo. Yes, Doggo. So, tonight's stream is going to be kind of a grab bag of things. For those that have been around for a while, we have the Biqu H2 extruder. So, they sent me this, about a month and a half, 2 months ago. And I've featured this guy on 2 streams, and I've gotten 1 successful print out of it. So, they sent me a new one. I have not opened this. I took the wrapping off, and then I realized I don't want to touch this till I do it on stream. So we're going to open this. Oop, I should probably turn that camera on. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. We are going to be opening this guy live on stream, installing it in the Ender 3, and hopefully she good. So we shall see. Because I don't have anything against the extruder itself. It's just this one had bad QC issues with the gears, and yeah. The first thing I'm going to do though is open it up and make sure that grub screw is tight. Craig Hack, $5. Thank you, appreciate it. Happy birthday. Technically my birthday's on Monday, but I work Mondays, so it's my birthday weekend. Good enough. Thank you. Older than I want to be. So anyways, so we're gonna do that. Hopefully throwing it on won't take too long. I've got all the parts here, so it literally should just be throw it on and get a print going. After we get a print going, we're gonna do something that I haven't done on stream in a while, or before. We're gonna do some CAD. So for those kind of, why are you over there? You're on the wrong side. Get over there. For those unawares, I'm currently in the process of kind of designing a CNC machine, and this is quote unquote Project Avro. It's the working name for it. I've recently decided I want to change a bunch of shit on this. So we are going to, I'm going to be doing some CAD work tonight. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. And then we'll talk about the 3018. John Clark, $100. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you. Old Scratch, same to you. Thank you. It hasn't popped up yet, but appreciate it. You guys don't have to do that, but thank you. That is going to go, for those that are unaware, pretty much any donation I get, nothing goes into my pocket. It goes to my bank account and then it goes right back out to go buy stuff for the channel and for the streams. Funding printers and CNC and stuff like that. You all make, anything you put in, you get back in regards to content and better, you know, cameras and stuff like that. So a fan of the channel recently sent me in a lav mic. So now I can do stuff like this and not get tangled up in cables. So thank you. You know who you are. So yes, so tonight it's gonna be a grab bag of things. I've been out in the garage all day cleaning. It's that time of the year where I'm just running around doing stuff. I work a full-time job. This is my part-time gig, so run out of time quite often. So tonight we're just gonna take it easy and chill and see how far we get. So I got the music going. Let's open up this box. So let's see here. Waj, €5. Thank you, appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you for the beer fund. I will get the whiskey out later once we get the printer printing. And then Jens Peter, 50 as well. Thank you, appreciate it. DK Cam, not too sure what that is. What would you say the 3018 CNC is the Ender 3? No, the 3018 is not the Ender 3 of CNCs. The 3018 is the ANET 88 first generation with no thermal runaway protection of CNCs. Okay, it ain't an Ender 3 quality. Yeah. Thoughts on the Physek Spider? So in regards to the Spider, I know they posted something. I got grease on my workbench here. So for those unawares, the Physek Spider is nothing officially Voron endorsed or anything, but they did kind of reach out to us a few months back in regards to the board, and some of the guys on the Voron team gave some constructive criticism about it, on some things to add, some things to fix, and it looks like that board's going into production. From what I gather, and I'm not an EE, I'm not an electrical engineer. I put the plug in, I give it power, light turns on, and hopefully no sparks. That's my forte. But in regards to the Spider, I think that would be a good option. However, nobody has a production sample in hand yet. A few people have played with prototypes before the revisions, but nobody has a production version in hand yet. So on paper, it looks to be a good option, especially because I'm pretty sure you can power a Raspberry Pi directly off of it, and not the Zero. I'm talking a full Pi. So yeah, I think it will be a good option, but please don't jump the gun on stuff. It's like video games, don't pre-order. I think I missed one. Dave, $10. Thank you, appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you. Have I contacted Physek for a spare? I don't contact anyone. Anything sent to me, the only ones I contact is Banggood, because I'm just like, every now and then I send them an email and say, send me stuff, and they send me stuff occasionally. But the problem is, I would have to rip the controller board out of one of my V2s to fully test it. One has a Duet and one has a Taco Raven. And then I got the SKR Pro for Toasty Boy, and I really don't want to put it in something like the Bonsai. So in regards to the Spider, if I get one, yes, I will test it. I don't know, we'll do a poll, see, because you know what? one of these is probably going to be due for a full rewiring soon. So yeah. Okay, so anyways, H2, the Biqu H2, the Biqu H2. This guy. So, I've just opened this box. This is the first time. We have the one that gave me issues. This is a brand new one they sent me. Now, they also sent me a full metal Hotend. Okay? Because this is a PTFE Hotend. So they sent me a full metal Hotend. Judging by the weight, it's titanium. So I have a titanium Hotend. So I got to open this up anyways for that. So we should have our box of goodies here. I'm going to reuse the fans and stuff like that because it's already wired in. Allen keys. Rubber ducky. You're the one. Fan. Cables. Heater. Temp probe, wrench, fan guard I'm not going to use, and the extruder. And another wrench. So that's everything in the box. Okay, so outward appearance. Is there anything different between the two? Motor is the same. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. The only difference is I spun the motor around, which I'm going to do on this one too. So, we got some metal shavings in one of the holes from the tapping. I'm gonna, by the way, after what we went through with the first one, I'm critiquing this. Oop, on camera. So we've got metal shavings in the one hole. The counter bore, so the part where they have the, where you could like screw in a Voron connector on the top. It looks like they're still using the same flat bottom drill. They're not counter boring this, they're using like a drill. And you can see, it's hard to see on camera, but there's like chips, or where the drill's cutting and it stops and they pull the drill up, it's a sharp edge. So it's not like a really clean flat bottom. I don't think it's a burr, but it's definitely not chamfered. So you would definitely want to use something like this and have a Voron tube feeding into this. You would not want to feed filament directly into this inlet. It's gonna drag, it's gonna scratch the filament. It'll, you know, shave chips off the filament or plastic off the filament. So you definitely want to have a cleaner inlet than just that. So they don't come with one of these. So this one I borrowed from the stock Ender 3 extruder, and that screws in. So that'll give you a clean feed in, but you should not be feeding filament directly into that. It'll scratch up your filament. It's not a smooth edge. It's not a chamfered edge. So it's burred up. I don't like it. Thangs. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's take a look here. I keep forgetting. There's the center of the camera. Let me move my stuff over here so I'm actually in the center of the camera. Okay. Hey, the drive gear, the actual feed gear is tight on this one. We got a screw there. So let's actually open up. I'm gonna keep the new stuff on this side. New stuff on this side, old one on this side. How are you supposed to cut a counterbore? There is a counterbore tools. Or you would go in there with a flat bottom drill, and when you get to the bottom, you stop your Z You let it spin for a second and then you retract it instead of just going down up real quick. Or for all I know, that like their milling operation could be drill down to Z depth and then turn off the drill and retract. That could also be it. It's hard to say what their manufacturing operations is for that. Why the heat sink looks like that? It's for air. It's because it sits like this and you want the air being blown at it to go that way. You don't want the air going down. It's easier to see when it's fully assembled. Okay. So, this has grease in it. I put grease in it. But, whereas this one, mine, the original one, did not have screws in these two corners. Okay? This one has a screw in each corner. So, I don't know if on my original one, if that is an oversight. But this one has a screw in each corner, okay? Now the screws weren't tight though. Because you can't have these screws tight, I don't think. Unless the screws are just there for alignment. Okay, let's flip that around. Yeah, so there's still play there. So let's see here. That one goes in there. Now, the gears are the same. I don't really see anything different in the gears. It's the same manufacturing process on the gears. They're tool steel. They have this like blackened finish on it, but it's not like anodized or like a bluing. It's like a brownish finish, right? So I've seen this type of like finish on like cheap firearm parts, and it wears off after a while. Like if you look at the gears, I don't know, it's gonna be hard to see on this camera. See the shiny spots already on the gears? And this hasn't even been run before, and the finishing is already going. And the metal under this is just steel. Like, it's just tool steel. So if you're in a humid climate, yeah. Yeah, it's like a tool. I've used it before. It's called like tool black or cold blue, basically. So now I am gonna grease this. I'm gonna put some grease on it. So let me get some PTFE grease. I'm just using generic super grease, PTFE grease, because that's what I got. Okay. So at least the grub screw was tight. That's a good thing. That up. Print a Beyblade. Yeah, that's pretty much is. Okay, so that goes in there. Now, I need to swap out this because they gave me a full metal one. So the nozzle's already tight. Where is it? Oh, this is another thing. So these are the two wrenches it came with, right? Now, for those that have watched my review of the Fadis Dragon High Flow, on the Dragon, if you look at their heater block, right, you know, you got your hole for your heater, you got your hole for your thermistor, and then they have this notch cut out here, okay? They have this notch cut out here, and the reason for that notch is when you go to, I don't have the wrench that came with it because I lose these, but when you go to grab it, it comes with a wrench that fits over this groove, okay? It's a smaller diameter wrench. So that way, when you go to tighten your nozzle, okay, you don't accidentally hit the wires, okay? You don't break the wires, because I've done that on my V6, right? Like on a V6 blocks, you get over there with a wrench, and you accidentally break the wire, okay? So they put this little notch here so that you can grab it by this notch, and you're clear of the wires. That's a smart thing. Except Biqu here doesn't give you a wrench to do that. So they use this heater block that has this feature so you could not damage the wires, but they don't give you the wrench. They give you a generic big fat wrench. But because they have the cutout here, this big fat wrench you can't really use because they've removed stock. So you kind of have to grab it from this little itty bitty sliver right here of remaining stock and hope you don't damage the block. So yeah, that's kind of an oversight. I don't think they're going to send me much more stuff. So they use the heater block, and also this is an aluminum heater block. This is a very lightweight aluminum heater block. It weighs like nothing. Tell me that's a strip screw already. Well, I don't think they copied the design, because I remember seeing the, like, that's the Fadis logo on the sock. Like, that is the Fadis logo on it. So either they copy the mold too, or they're partnered up. Hopefully the Allen key they give me in here is out of tolerance enough that I can grab their strip screw. There we go. Oh! Wrong screen. So, this is an all-metal one already, and it's got filament in it. And looking at the gear, they fed filament through this. This unit has been tested. The original one that I had was not tested. The original one I had was, you know, straight from the factory. I'm gonna put the original one back in a box over here so I don't get them mixed up. So this one has been tested. Now, is that a titanium one? Cherry picked. Maybe, we'll see. Ooh. Oh, no, it's not an all metal. It's PTFE. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, hey, look. I got some free plastic. So, this is the titanium one. We're going to use the titanium one. Not going to use that one because it's modern year. Why are we still using PTFE? Oh, wait, because it's easier to get better tolerances, or easier to use a PTFE hot end or lined hot end heat break is more forgiving when you don't have good machine tolerances. So I'm going to use their nozzle too. Like, this is another thing. It has these two little clearance holes here for the Dragon, so you can like, or the Dragonfly, so you can get screw access, right? This is a Dragonfly heat block. So it has these 2 holes for access, but on here they do nothing. There's no reason to have those 2 holes. So I don't know why they're using this block. You know, oh, you know what? Phaetus doesn't make any of their Hotends with a aluminum block. All the Dragonflies are copper blocked. So why would they make a run of aluminum blocks and do the extra machining that is specific for a Dragonfly for the H2? Because if you're going to do a special run of a product for another manufacturer, like using a new material, you would skip the drilling the holes through it step, because you don't need to do that. So why would you do it? Where's my scale? Where is my scale? Actually, where's my really good scale? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where I put it. I don't know where it is. I'll find it later. Let's see. I want to see what the weight difference is. I want to see if these were made by Phaetus for Phaetus, and then they didn't use them for a reason, and then they got rid of them to somebody. Tinfoil hat's on time. Okay, I got a V6 block here. One of these days I'm not going to screw up the camera. A V6 block weighs 9 grams. Okay, that's light. Now I don't have a copper block to compare it to because they're all in my machines. 6 grams. This weighs 2/3 as much as a stock V6 heater block. How much you want to bet Phaetus made these out of aluminum because that was the standard, but because they're so light, you get no thermal mass. And if you don't have thermal mass, if you watch the video when I tested a high flow Hotend, the thermal mass of the heater block plays a lot into how quickly you can extrude plastic, because the plastic sucks the heat out of the block. So when you have more thermal mass, you're able to extrude more consistently because the temperatures are more stable, right? So if you go from like printing slow to printing fast, and all of a sudden you're pushing much more plastic through the block, you're not going to suck the heat out. The temperature of the plastic's not going to drop, okay? So tinfoil hat on, I think these were made, they were tested, they didn't get the performance they liked, and then somebody needed a bunch of fancy blocks. Tinfoil hat off. I forgot I gotta orientate this a certain way. Okay, let's put this back together and get it printing. How do I feel about the IDEX rep? I'm not too sure. I don't really look a lot at controller boards, especially like an IDEX. I don't have an IDEX machine. The heat break is it's a titanium heat break. The heat break is honestly probably fine. It's a titanium heat break. It's pretty much the same as like a Chimera heat break, only it has a flat on it for anti-rotation. So that's kind of good, I guess. Okay, both of these set screws are already stripped. Awesome. So hopefully that don't ever have to come out. I should have put some thermal compound on there, but it doesn't come like that from the factory. So another thing I didn't really like too much, this tension arm here. So, you know, when you want to feed filament in, you pull the arm and you push the filament through, and then a spring puts tension on the filament. There is no way to adjust this at all on here, okay? So there's no way to adjust the tension, okay? On a BMG, on the LGX, you can adjust the tension. There's usually set points where you can adjust it. On this, there is no way to adjust the tension. So hopefully this is the tension you need for all your filaments, because you have no way of changing it. So let's get this back together. Okay. I will say, oh. Okay, it definitely does feed a lot better. Yeah, it definitely does feel a lot better. Yeah, that definitely does feel better. How old am I turning? I am turning 33. So yeah, so, you know, I still have those critiques, and I think all those things I brought up were valid. It does feel much more smoother than the original one I had. So, let's put this in a printer and make it do the thing that printers do, and that is print parts for printers. Put that one there for now. You're older than me, Andre? How old are you? Okay, is that plugged in? No. Okay. So we got our fancy dancy Ender 3 here. It is running the Mellow Fly RRF controller board. So this guy is running Rep firmware, which is a nice firmware. I got nothing against it. I just personally like Clipper more, but everyone has their personality and their own personal tastes. But so far the board on here has been great. If you're looking for like a straight drop-in board on an Ender 3 and you don't want to deal with a Raspberry Pi and all that, and you want a web interface, this is a very good option, I will say. So. Closer to 40 than 30. Ooh. 35. What is the lifespan of a Trash Panda anyways? Oh, I had filament in this. Oh well. Okay. So disconnect that. So let me get a marker here and mark up the part fan. So that white is part fan. Yeah, white is part fan. Just so I don't mix that up. Who is the oldest here? 52. Hemi's 50 plus. Mid-30s life crisis. 35 club. A lot of, honestly, if you look at my YouTube metrics, I don't know if it's, I don't think they're public, but in terms of like my viewers, it's like 25 to 35 is the largest demographic, and then 35 to 45 is the next largest. And then it's like your 18 to 25 or whatever. So it's a wonder why I don't get YouTube ads. It's because you guys are all unmarketable to stuff that you would see on YouTube ads. Okay, so that's that. Try not to mix up all these crappy Allen keys that they give me. Okay, so I'm going to reuse the heater cartridge out of this guy because it's already set up for it. Oh, this is where my other copper nozzle went. Order a nice set of wares. I like my Tectons. The problem is, like, I have a habit of not buying good Allen keys because I have a habit of losing them. So I, like, even at work, I build, you know, I work on multi-$100,000 machines, and I use, right now I'm using a set of Walmart Allen keys because they work. And if I lose them, I don't care. Yeah, we're all at that age where we're like millennial. Like, what's millennial? I think I'm technically a millennial, which makes no sense. I don't know. I never liked that term, anyways. Did this come with set screws? Yes, it did. Happy to damage the machine with my junk tools. Hey, I haven't heard Papa Musk complain about any of the tools I worked on for him yet. The background music is goofy. I like having the music though. Right now we are listening to synthwave. Like we could, let's see what else we got. So for those that are unaware, I usually play stream beats, so we don't get I don't get the DMCA's. Here, let's go over to some lo-fi. There we go. Go to the lo-fi. I like having background music. I'm in here for like 3 hours, so. Okay, there we go. So I'm not a super huge fan of the method where it's just set screws that hold the heater block in. I prefer like the compression style on the V6, where like the block squeezes around it. You get more contact. However, like in testing, I never actually ran into issues with it, so I'm not too concerned with it. So that goes like that. And this is some mount I found on Thingiverse for it. I didn't design it. If I did, I'd make a few changes to it, but it is what it is. Francisco Miranda, €5. Thank you, appreciate it. A little help for the new Allen keys. Fine, I'll look at getting some proper Allen keys. Problem is, I'm starting to get into CNC, so now it's like I'm looking at end mills and whatnot. So it's like, ooh, that's shiny. And unfortunately, I ain't a Yank, so I don't get any of those fancy Biden bucks y'all are getting down there. Okay, so that goes there. That goes there. Got our little adapter. Goes on there. Of course, I lost the screws that actually mount this to the thing. So that would go like that. And I'm going to need a screw there and a screw there. Hey, look, it came with screws. Let's use the ones it comes with. So is the Biqu well made? Do you take it apart, miss the first 30 minutes? I think the build quality is pretty much the same. I don't know if they've gone through and just done more QC on issues. It definitely turns a lot better than the original one I had. The original one I had, like, if you sneezed on it during assembly, nothing lined up. This one just lined up right away. So I don't know if it's a cherry-picked one or what, but this one is put together better at least. I missed one. I heard the noise. Timothy C, $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have some of the my Biden bucks. Also, only getting layer inconsistencies on X-axis with my fresh 2.4 builds. Thoughts on cause? So if you print a square, you're only seeing inconsistencies along an X-axis. That's actually really odd. It could be something wrong with the wiring. When it's traveling in that direction, it's not making a connection with the extruder. Print something big and align the seam to make sure you're not getting some weird funky start-stop stuff. Yeah. Could be a few things. That's weird. Okay, part fan. And then Hotend fan. Where did I put the stock one? I just want to make sure I didn't screw up the wiring. Yeah, white is hot. Hot, hot, hot. And then, oh yeah, extruder motor is over here. Because this guy is running a M4. This is why I'm using the Ender 3. Like, I built this Ender 3, like, well, I didn't build it, it's an Ender 3, you buy it. But I've done the mods to it the way I've done it, so I can do stuff like this as a test bed. So, boom, it's now set up as a direct feed setup. So the extruder is disconnected. This Bowden tube I'll just kind of pop out for now. There we go. Throw a zip tie on this to get it kind of okay. And we're done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's not electrical. I checked the PTFE wiring, no pinches. It's very minor but noticeable. Y-axis feels better but has crazy ringing. I'm lost. Timothy Thee, make sure you go through the full steps. So make sure you do the PID tune, pressure advance tune. If you're doing input shaper, then pressure advance. Flow test. Try, like, what are you printing? It's hard to say without seeing pictures. Unfortunately, I can't check the Discord right now. Just because I have it like muted when I'm on stream. Tie all the wires into a big ball of wires. Hide my shame. Hide the wires. It's a test bench. It's a test bench. It don't matter. Go. Nothing's rubbing. We're good there. We're good there. That'll do. It's only a test. Okay. Let's feed it some power. Ah, where'd my short one go? Oh, well, whatever. This will work. Okay, let me stay out of frame here, so if we get sparks, it'll make a good GIF. Fan spin. Fans off. There we go. But yeah, if it's a new build and you're having issues, I would definitely just recommend post it on the Discord. Somebody may be able to walk you through it. It shouldn't be too complicated of an issue. It's probably like a setting or something. Would it be ridiculous to print and assemble the Voron M4 extruder on my Ender 3 V2? I have an M4 on here right now. Like, that's what I was running before putting this on. Because this right here deserves to not exist anymore. It is current year. This does not need to be a thing, okay? Let's see if my Wi-Fi wants to work today. But yeah, this stock extruder, they give you the fancy board that I've ripped off because I can't use it with RepRap firmware. Any money they put into this should have gone into the extruder. That is the biggest downside to these cheap entry-level printers, is these garbage extruders, and I can't believe they're still using them. So cheap. Okay, where's my manual? Evening, guys, from the Shetland Islands. Wow. How's the weather? I hope it's dreary and windy, I bet. So, got our docks here. We got our RepRap firmware. So, system. Config G. Steps per millimeter for the extruder is 932. And then we are going to run recommended motor current, 800 milliamps. So, speed changes, motor current, 800 milliamps. There we go. It's already set up for that. Oh, I was probably running that at the other one. So there we go. Save. Restart. Now, I'm not going to do a PID tune. So y'all remember the last time we tried one of those on stream on RepRap firmware? You know, I know the Hotend one isn't that bad. So let's get some filament here. Red, green, or blue. Whoever says the first color is the one we're picking. Red, green, or blue. Blue. Okay. See, this is how you game the YouTube metrics when it comes to engagement. You ask the audience random questions and then everyone tries to be the first one. So YouTube thinks that you guys are all interacting with me more, and it promotes the stream more to suggestions because it's a lively audience. Shh. Okay. So I gotta turn this guy around. Let me heat this guy up. Oop. Print a red ding ding model on the Ender 3. You know what, Das Boot? I'm going to print a blue ding ding. Hopefully there is a ding ding on Thangs.com because they're sponsoring the stream. So if you haven't had a chance yet, make sure you go to Thangs.com. Create an account, share some Thangs, download some Thangs. Great place for Thangs. So let's see here. I used to have a little piece of PTFE. There it is. A little PTFE guide piece. Oop, I got it in backwards. Not that it really matters. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter on this one. Why RepRap firmware? Because that's what this board runs. This is a Mellow RepRap firmware, or it's a Mellow RRF E3 board. It's a drop-in board designed for the Ender 3 style of printer. Although honestly, it works with any printer that you only need 4 stepper drivers for. It was sent to me for testing, evaluation, and review. Okay, it's in. So yeah, so we're testing, evaluating it, and reviewing it. Heater on. So that's why it's running RepRap firmware, because that's what the board is. It's a nice board actually. It's got replaceable step stick drivers. You can get it with 2209s and whatnot. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, it's this board right here. So this is what I'm testing right now. I will do a standalone video on it one day, but this is the board. It's a nice board if, say, you have, like, I could see this board being perfect for somebody who has an older Ender 3 or any CR10 Ender 3, you know, this style of 3D printer, right? 4 motors, bed flap or whatever, and it's running like an 8-bit firmware. You got the old A4988s, and it's playing you the song of its people every time it prints, and you're just looking for something that drops right in and gives you a web interface and quiet drivers. And you don't want to deal with all the other stuff and get a Raspberry Pi and whatnot. This is a nice drop-in single board solution. I am a fan of clean setups. So that's why we're using it, because that's the board right there. So I like it. Like it for a printer like this, it makes perfect sense in my opinion. Plus, I know a lot of people are still scared of Clipper because you have to do some terminal stuff every now and then. So I understand some people trying to not use Clipper because some people just don't like Clipper. Okay. Extrude 10 millimeters at 5 millimeters a second. We are going the wrong way. I gotta flip the motor, it's going backwards. Ah! Haha! Success! Yeah, step stick is a so let me see here. Who asked that question? Joe. Let me try and find the question. If the question was what a step stick is, it's the replaceable drivers. So when you get your controller board, there's two styles of controller board really. So when you get a controller board, you either have a board like this. This is a stock Ender 3 board, where the drivers are part of the PCB themselves. Personally, I'm a fan of this style because you get more heat sinking out of it. So the board, usually you may not need to run active cooling because you can have a big flow of copper in the board itself that helps a lot with heat sinking. Also, it makes it for a more compact package because you don't have these in it. The other option is to have the stepper drivers on a step stick like this, and they plug into the board like they would on that one. The advantage of this one, it allows you to get different types of drivers and swap them out. So say a fancy new driver comes out in a few years, you can drop it in. The downs, and also if you blow one up, you can replace it instead of having to replace the whole board. So, okay. People should look into Teammate for helping with the console stuff. Easy peasy session sharing over SSH HK. Oh, okay. Yeah, I normally just use Putty for the SSH stuff you have to do every now and then. Okay, so I got to invert this motor. So physical drive 3 goes forward. I want it to go backwards. Raffers, thank you for becoming a member. So I think 0? S0, right? Save? Yes. Kilo Qubit, Physec with 6 or 8 built-in TMCs. I don't know. They have one with the step sticks coming, but not with the built-in. Okay, so let me set the temperature back up a little bit. Get her hot. Okay, extrude 10 millimeters. Oh, heater on. Okay. Oh. Oop, actually, I think, no. It's been a while since I've done. Yeah, that should be right, right? Yeah, yeah, save, reset. Did you see Joel's shout out when he blew up the artillery hornet on his last stream? I did not. If you have a timestamp for it, I'll pull it up. But I missed that stream. I think I was working. Because he streams late at night for East Coast, but the problem is I work till like midnight. So it's kind of like I still miss most of his streams. That's not fluid. It's rep firmware. I know. Are you printing a Nero 3DP avatar? I don't have an avatar. Nobody's like... If somebody wants to take a crack at it, go right ahead. Okay, so that, extrude. It doesn't want to extrude. Why don't you want to extrude all of a sudden? Am I missing something here? Any suggestions for a drop-in replacement Ender 3 board? For Ender 3, really any 32-bit board. This board runs Clipper. You can run Clipper on this board. There's also the SKR, although apparently BTT, Big Tree Tech, is like discontinuing a bunch of SKRs. So I don't know. They have a habit of making a good board and then not make that board anymore, and then put out a revision to it that has issues. And like, they're like Star Trek movies where like every other one is a good one, and then they just stop making good ones. So I don't know what's going on there. I didn't have to home it originally. Okay, 205. Let's see here. Extruder on, active. Oh, okay. Okay, I get what happened. I had it right. So the way, apparently, I don't use Duet too often. If you have the temperature set to something, so like watch what I'm doing right now. Okay, I just updated my firmware to go to the right direction. It's refreshing. Okay, so it's gonna reboot in a second here. There it goes. So it's gonna reconnect. Okay, so now my temperature is dropping, right? So I set it to 205. If I hit extrude, it won't extrude until heat reaches that temperature. So it like sits there in a holding pattern. So I have to wait until it gets up to that temperature, and then it will extrude. So there we go. Move that pump so you can see it. There we go. Okay. Hot. Okay, off. Let's turn the bed up to 55. Oh, actually, no. I gotta home this guy. I gotta redo my 0. So right now, I don't know. Home all. We'll do our offset, do our Z offset, and then we are going to print something. So here comes the part where I get down here. So I'm gonna have to, it looks like raise that. So what am I at? I'm at Z. Oh, I'm way up. I gotta really raise that. Yay, manual beds. So right now it says I'm at Z5 when I'm actually even with the bed. So I gotta raise this quite a bit. So actually, if that's about even with the bed, if I go up till it clicks. There we go. Lock it. Home all. Okay, so if I move right 50. Okay, come down. Now, we got to remember, the bed's already leveled. It's trammed out. So I'm just setting the offset. We should be good to go. Close enough. I'll live adjust it in. Actually, move it up just a hair. I know I could do this in firmware, but I'm just going to do it manually because it's right here. It's fun when you do this on a full-size printer. Okay, do this again. Home all. How do you level the bed on a V2? You push a button. And then you just set your offset. Did I calibrate them? I am going with the factory ones, which if I remember correctly from testing, we're actually pretty close. Okay, so that's 0. So let me bring that down. There we go. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. What am I doing here? Oop. Hello from Holland. Hello from the floor in the basement in Canada. There we go. Okay. That should be good right there. Are there any issues for putting an afterburner on an Ender? No, I believe there is an easy mount for it already. Somebody's made one. I can't remember where I saw it. It might have been on Thangs. It might have been on Thingiverse. I can't remember. Yeah, okay, we're good. So, let's heat the bed up and get something printing. I used to have a microfiber cloth for wiping these beds down, but I can't remember where I put it. Oh, there it is. I actually found using a microfiber to like get the dust off these beds works a lot better than like paper towels, because the finish on these beds. I'm honestly not a huge fan of the glass bed. I like the glass bed because it makes up for the fact that you have a not great aluminum bed that is probably warped all hell. So by having a glass bed, it makes it flatter. The problem is I'm not a huge fan of the material of the bed. The textured finish. I find I gotta cook, like gotta run it hot. And anytime I have like a print with small details, I always like the baby Groot with the fingers, his fingers always curl up. So I'm not a super huge fan of the material. Plus you can't run inductive probes on it. So we are going to be fixing that at some point. I got to do the LGX video. I got to do the 3018 video, but these are all prints for the LGX, which, by the way, LGX, perfect. Anyways, for the L Endo 3 here, gonna put a flex plate on it. I got a flex plate. I got a PL08. We're gonna put a magnetic bed probe on this guy, or an inductive probe on this, a magnetic flex plate. We're gonna get you having a magnetic flex plate and automatic bed leveling for under 50 bucks. So no need to go buy that Easy ABL thing for 70 bucks or whatever the heck it is then. The Alta Stick. Yeah, the Alta Sticks are good bed. That's an energetic one, just because it's a cheap one. I think it was like 30 bucks for the bed. PL08 probe is like $3, or PL05, because you're running a spring steel bed, and then a 5-cent BAT 85 diode. So for under 50 bucks, including shipping, you get automatic bed leveling and a spring steel bed with PEI on your Ender 3, and that's it. You're done. No, I can't remember what that one probe, the Easy ABL that people always buy. I think it's like 70 bucks. What do I think about eSun ABS parts? I like it. Okay. I can't believe I'm searching for this. Ding, ding. How are there like 20 different variants of the ding ding model? Okay, let's go with the muscular ding ding. What connectors are you using? I'm using Molex Microfit 3s. Oh god, I hope the YouTube algorithm decides that this is okay, but it's on a site and it's not 18 plus. But we're gonna print the muscular ding ding. So yeah, let's go with that. Cura, downloads, ding. No, we're going with the muscular ding ding. Ender 3, generic pla. Yeah. Let's see how it handles that overhang. Slice. Even has a smile. Of course it is. Have you seen those abs? You know we like them ABS here, right, guys? Like, come on. Come on. 38 minutes. Edwin, 549. Thank you. Appreciate it. Where is that one at? I missed it. Oh, thank you. Oh, man. I thought I turned the bed heater on. Standby. Active. There we go. Heat up. Taking its sweet time. There we go. Okay. Jobs. Upload G code. He's a mushroom guy. Yeah, he's that guy from the Mario. Let me get some more zip ties on. Or actually, here, let's just do this. Can't manage your cables right, just hide them. There we go. Good to go. We're all good. If you absolutely needed a 400 or 350 millimeter cube printer, what would you go for? Depends a lot on your budget. The cheapest option is like what, a CR10. I'm not a huge fan of the big bed flingers like that. I like cubed style printers. If you're looking for a budget, I think the Ender 5 Max or Pro can get you 400, and I'd rather have a cube style printer at that size than a bed flinger. Core XY at 400 meters, you're starting to push the limits of it. That's really any Core XY with like 6mm belts, because the belts stretch. The Voron's one of the few printer designer groups that actually straight up admit it, versus other groups that say, yeah, whatever, a meter square Core XY, go for it, YOLO. So, printed in slice print help. Yeah, I can't check Discord during the stream. I can't afford to accidentally pull something up on screen, put it that way. But you know what? I'll take a look quick. Let me see here. Slicer print help. Slicer print help. Slicer print help. Let me find it here. I've got too many Discords. Scroll down, scroll down. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's take a look. So, what you're seeing there, use a different slicer. That is really weird, because yeah, it's printing fine there on the y-axis, but on the x you're getting there. Now, if it was, yeah, you're getting a little bit under extrusion. Try a different model. Try a plain square cube. Especially on an untuned printer. Like, if this is like your first print, that's, you know, better than this thing put out for a first print. But still, it's kind of hard to tell what that is. It could be an extruder issue, like the gears aren't meshing properly. It's hard to say. So, would it help to use wider belts? Wider belts, you do get a little bit more because they're not as stretchy, but it doesn't really solve the problem. It just delays the problem. Right now, we're just waiting on the bed to heat up. We'll get a ding ding going. Bought me 3 more coffees. Thank you. I could go for a coffee right now. Our E3D clone nozzles. I like the Triangle Labs nozzles. Personally, my go-to nozzle right now, and I run it on like 3 or 4 of my printers, is a plated copper nozzle. So you can get it from Triangle Labs. Fadus also has them too. but it's basically a copper nozzle with a nickel plating on it. And aha, this is one of them. So it looks, focus. It's a copper nozzle with a nickel plating. That, in my opinion, is the best nozzle for any material that is not abrasive, because you're getting the good thermal transfer of copper, and the plating makes it so stuff doesn't stick to it. So if you're printing anything that is not abrasive, that's my go-to nozzle. And since I don't really print a lot of abrasive stuff, I will be doing soon. But until that point, that's my go-to nozzle. Could be a loose grub screw. That is a good point. Raymond, we don't have anything on only benches yet. Like, subscribe to the channel if that's what you're meaning. Do inductive probes work with neodymium beds? They work with metal. Okay. The problem is if you the sense distance will be off if there's a magnet directly underneath the bed in that location. So when you do your bed probing, you have to avoid it, or you use a flex magnet so that the whole bed is a magnet, so it's consistent. Okay, that's warm enough. That's one thing I like about glass beds. They heat up pretty quick. Okay, let's run the ding. Joel's stream, they asked him at 57:30. On the Hornet one, let me find it here. Okay, let me mute the Spotify here. So we're going to do that thing that the Twitch streamers do. We're going to do a react video now. So look at this. We're reacting.
That's Brian Vines right there. Right there. And that's the awesome video. Fair rules. I got to shout out
He said my name a few times. Like, we've chatted. Like, he is aware of my existence. We have had conversations. That's me. I don't have hair like that. It's going north. You can't hear it? Oh, sorry. I might have had it too low. Oh, here. Nope. 1 second. Let me get the print working first. Pause print. I gotta baby step it down. Clean the nozzle, try again. Cancel print. Print again. More squish. Let me get the print for going first. Okay, we're printing. There we go. Let me turn desktop audio up. That's why. Okay. So 57:30.
That's Brian Vines right there.
Okay.
Right there. And that's the awesome video for fair rules for your 3D printer. I got to shout out to Brian. Ben Dalton. Joel, when will you build and test a Voron? Soon? I don't know. It's on my list of things to do.
That's
like,
Ben
I really want to do it.
He's
I really
another
want to do it. The Voron people want me to
creator.
do it. I think his name is Taylor over at 3DP Nero. He wants me to do it. He's like my Nero muse. Stefan at CNC Kitchen just did his. Oh, that's awesome. Look at his hair, though. Look at his hair.
See, he has hair. I don't. Oh, I just realized my retracts. I gotta cancel this print. Pause print. Cancel print. Get that off the bed. I just realized we're running Bowden retracts. Oopsie doodles. That, jobs, delete. Oh, let me turn this back down, turn the music back on. There we go. Re-upload the ding ding. There we go. Okay. Baby step should be good. The bed's hot. 65C. I like hot beds. I know a lot of people like to print like just barely at the level where the plastic melts or where it sticks to the bed. I like to cook it. I personally would rather roll the dice with a slight bit of elephant foot than have a print fail, you know, 2 to 3 hours in because it's starting to warp. Okay. So Joe, in regards this thing, I did end up getting the stock one, the old one, to work a little bit. And when it was working, I found it had issues pushing fast. When I was doing my feeds, okay, what I would do when I switch filaments is normally, you know, heat up the nozzle, pull out the old filament, put the new filament in, and then I'll just run 100 millimeters of filament through, and that's usually enough to change colors or whatever. And I normally run it through at the stock settings for Clipper. It's also the stock settings in RepRap Firmware where it's 5 millimeters a second. It would make this click. So trying to feed 100 millimeters of filament at 5 millimeters a second with the nozzle at the right temperature for the plastic caused clicking on this printer, or on this Hotend. Now, I don't get that on any of my other printers. It'll eat it just fine. A little close to the bed. Yes, ASA is fine. Polycarbonate has issues because polycarbonate, when exposed to greases and oils, like what happened in linear rails, have a tendency to cause it to break down and crack. It actually like causes a material issue. What would be the point of the H2? That's the thing. It's marketed as a really compact light extruder. So here, let me see. My LGX is being used right now. So it's marketed as a light extruder, like, you know. Let me grab my scale. So this one's a part, obviously, but it weighs 183 grams, okay? So the extruder itself weighs 183 grams. It has a heat break in it, but it has no hot end. It's just the extruder, okay? The afterburner, so this is the extruder part of the afterburner. This is the clockwork. Weighs 193 grams. So let's put this guy back together and put some screws in it. Ooh. That didn't sound good. This thing does not like going together well. It's not even the right screw. Oh, in the box. Here's the thing. Long filament paths aren't a problem with flexibles. To a point, okay? Yes, at a certain point, yeah, it becomes so long that it's a pain in the butt. But a reasonable filament path isn't that bad for flexibles, okay? So my LGX is in an afterburner right now, okay? And the feed path is actually longer than the stock clockwork feed path because the feed gear sits higher up in the assembly, okay? I just printed this on the LGX, and this is a big old squishy tire in TPU. No problemo. Flexi test plate in TPU. No problemo. So, Flexi squishy fox. No problemo. So, it's not so much a long feed path, right? I don't think chasing, like, how long would the feed path on here would be? Let's see. Let me get a nozzle on this guy. So let's put a nozzle on here. See how long the feed path is. Is it public yet? I don't believe so. It's basically almost public. It's just kind of like, oh, we want to make sure there's no bugs in it before it's public. Okay, so the feed path on this guy, if that is right about there, so it's right about there. You're looking at about a 45 millimeter feed path from the middle of the gears to the nozzle tip. Now I can tell you right now, because, oh hey, we have the cat open. Inspect. Or actually, where's my slice? It's been a while. Where is... It's been a while since I've used the fancy views. How do I slice? Nope, not interference. Section? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So this has a V6 in it, but it's the same on all of them. Okay. So, from center of the gear down to your nozzle tip, what, 20, no, 80, or what is that? No, that's angled. So 77.3 millimeters, okay? So it's about double the feed distance. But if you look at it, it's a straight, fully constrained feed, okay? So yes, the filament will compact a little bit because it's flexible filament. Oh, that's really clicking. So yes, the filament will compact a little bit, but it feeds just fine. You just have to tune your retractions and your pressure advance, and you're good to go. Pressure advance is big with flexibles. That's one thing I didn't do. I didn't bother doing a separate pressure advance tune with it. I just kind of let it roll. But yeah. So check the XYZ delta. Oh yeah. Okay, XYZ delta, you're looking at 81.25. Close enough. So yeah, it's 81.25 millimeters on a stock afterburner. And with the LGX, the actual feed gears are actually about here. They're a little bit higher up. So I think the Bowden tube I had to make 10 millimeters longer, roughly-ish. I just kind of eyeballed it. So it is a longer feed path, but we're talking, it's already so short that having it isn't really making much of a difference, because now you're dropping down to a NEMA 14 motor, you're getting less power, it's more compact and kind of annoying. Like this, you can't put, you're gonna make, this is a bigger extruder on a Voron than this, because this has to sit in front of everything, okay? You can't do what we do where we have the motor sitting above the rail. When a direct feed setup like these, it all has to be in front, so all that weight's hanging off the front. So you can see that on here. So this is your point. The further you go from there, the more tilt you're gonna have. And everything's sitting off that. On a Voron, we can mount the motor above it, okay? To get around that. But the ding-ding's, I don't know, ding-ding in a way. I don't have infill turned on, so. But yeah, personally, I'm really liking the LGX in this guy. Unfortunately, it's a lender. It's not mine. I don't get to keep it. So I think buddy who lent it to me is going to want it back. Which kind of sucks. But it's not mine. Been trying out the for this video, or for the LGX testing, I was using the Matter Hackers build ABS. It's not bad, but it really can't have any fan. It does not like fan. Buy him a new one. There's none in stock anywhere. I kept this guy. I'm just going to throw it back in, probably. And yes, it prints ABS just fine too. Like all these models, the Vision and whatnot, they were all printed on it. What is it about the Hemera? So the Hemera had a lot of issues originally because E3D went with all metal gears. Metal on metal without any lubrication and with similar metals, you can actually run into issues where they break apart, or like they'll wear the gears, right? Metal on metal, you usually want either lubrication or one of the metals to be dissimilar. You notice how Bondtech with the BMG and the LGX, the gears are actually nylon. Like the actual meshing gears are nylon. The only metal gears in it are on Shadow Moses and the feed gears, because those you want metal, otherwise they're going to wear away. How's the new H2 working? It's working. It's a wheel. Ad Resubal has become a member. Thank you, appreciate it. ADXL 345 wired up, awesome. Input shaping is magic. What do you think about the Prusa, relic of the past? Prusa, I wish they were doing more than what they're doing. I got nothing against Prusas, personally. I think they're fine printers. Especially, they're great for people that just want to buy a printer that just works out of the box, has full support, yada, yada, yada. But personally, my opinion is they could be doing a lot more to advance things. I think the Mini's kind of a step in the right direction, kinda. It's cheaper. Like, it's hard to justify a Prusa Mark III nowadays with how cheap, Enders are and all that. And how good a stock Ender 3 is. Like, this is not a bad printer for the price. So, I don't know. But yes. There we go. The wheel. ABS hub. TPU. Wheel. Oh yeah, and for everyone who says Afterburner, the stock setup on an Afterburner can't do PLA, focus. Like, this was just stock speeds and feeds, stock fan profile and everything. So, and that's also with the LGX. My H2 used to get some bad banding, then switched back to stock E3 and printed fine again. The LGX is back in stock at Digimakers? Okay, because it went out of stock after me attempting to buy out the whole stock last week. This is actually printing really nice. Oh, that's not where I want to look. Oh, it would help if the camera was on tight. There we go. There you go. Look at those abs. With some shiny abs. This is Airy One PLA. It's Airy One PLA, and I really like the blue. It's got like this weird, it's got like a sheen to it. It's not like a silk or anything. It's just generic PLA plus. But it's got a really nice sheen to it. Like, I actually like it. That's what I printed the Godzilla in. Did I pull the H2 apart? Yes, I did. The only difference I noticed was this one had 2 extra screws to hold the one part of the body to the motor. Mine did not. My first one did not, and this one had been tested. So I think they're doing QC checks on them now. My original one did not have any filament in it when I got it, so it was like just off the factory line, assembled and thrown in a box. This one was QC tested, and it's working fine. It also has a all metal heat break in it. So. Planning to get Clipper on mine, but first to figure out firmware. I got a video on how to put Clipper on an Ender 3 on my channel. So, anyways, let's go talk back to, because we're going to let that do its thing. But, while the ding-ding is ding-dinging away, how do I exit this view? Okay. So, we're building Toasty Boy. Right? Toasty Boy will be my V1 that I'm building. Hopefully, whenever stuff starts showing up, waiting on the frame and a few other components before we can start building. I gotta print all the parts still too. But this is a V1. Now, we're not gonna be going crazy on modding it. This is gonna be pretty stock build. For the panels, I am gonna be going with ACM panels all around it. That is really clicking on the retracts, but it's metal on metal, so every time it retracts, you're gonna hear it. So it's gonna be ACM panels all around. aluminum composite material. So it's like aluminum sheets on the outside with foam in the middle. So that should, in theory, give me a pretty good insulation rating. And then I'm also going to insulate it on the outside. I'm going to get the Reflectex shiny insulation. Same with the mechanical component. The bottom plate's going to be insulated. Everything, we're just going to insulate the heck out of this guy so we can get high ambience. We are going to go with hardened nozzle. I'm going to have a mosquito in it for now because I have a mosquito, and that's all metal. High temperature motors, yada, yada, yada. I got PTFE wiring. That actually came in. Where did I put it? Yes. So I actually got the China PTFE wiring. I got like 20 meters of black and 20 meters of red. So I do have PTFE wiring now to try out. It actually just came in yesterday. Ooh. Linux installed, $2. Thank you, appreciate it. Where are you getting your high temp steppers? LDO. LDO is providing the frame, the rails, the motors, and I think Jason's just gonna throw a bunch of other stuff in the box and we'll see what we get. But doesn't say PTFE on it. Yep, there it goes. PT. Oh, hopefully PT means PTFE. But anyways, Jason's hooking me up. So I got a few companies that are providing stuff for the Toasty Boy build. So those streams will have a splash screen at the beginning that says, you know, this is, you know, brought to you by, and it's going to look like a NASCAR, IndyCar. By the time I'm done, I'm going to put everyone's stickers on it because, hey, if, you know, it's, they want to help out, they're helping out. So, but yeah, it's going to be high temp, that. Now, I have a bunch of plastics here to print stuff in, okay? So, I've got stuff like black ASA, okay? I got ABS. But I wanted to, because Toasty Boy is supposed to be, now, it's not a high temp printer. It's a higher temp printer. So, we're not printing peak, we're not printing Ultim, I am not putting a chamber heater in the printer. It is gonna be fully enclosed. Even my front panel, I'm not going to be having a full acrylic plexiglass panel, okay? It is going to be an ACM front panel with literally a little window cut out with a small piece of plexiglass in it. So, how does the China PTFE look? It looks okay. I've never actually even, that's the first PTFE wire I've gotten. But it's shiny, so I like it. But it's gonna be designed, this printer is basically gonna be specifically for materials that just print better at higher temperatures. So even stuff like ABS, okay? A lot of people think ABS prints fine at 35 or 40 degrees Celsius. It prints okay at those temperatures. The hotter you can print ABS in terms of ambient temperatures in the chamber, the better your print will be and the better layer adhesion you would have. So you want to keep the plastic hot until it's done printing and then let it return to room temperature slowly. That's how you get the best strength out of your parts and the least amount of warping. So Toasty Boy is going to be super enclosed, and we know from testing, Eddie the engineer on the Voron Discord, he's got his V2 up to 70°C ambient just by properly enclosing it and insulating it, okay? So we should have no problem getting that on Toasty Boy. I got high temp rated magnets on the way for the bed and whatnot. But in terms of printing parts, I've got some plastics here. Now, we know Stefan, he printed his V0 in CF nylon. I have a spool here of CF nylon. Now this is the Sane Smart CF nylon. 25% carbon fiber by weight, 75% nylon. That's all I know about it. But he was having pull through, okay? That's a common issue with a lot of plastics like PETG. That's why we don't recommend do PETG. Creep is a major problem with PETG. So he was having a lot of creep issues. So he said that's because of the batch he had. So I have this. I'm hopefully going to have time to print some test pieces. I think I'm going to try and design up a quick jig using like springs and basically do like a bed part. So you see here on the bed mount here, okay? So you got your bed, you got the spring, and you have your part there, right? So, section analysis, boom. So as you're looking here, you got your spring, so you got tension on here. There we go. Okay, so you got your spring, you got your, so there's a lot of tension there. So what I'm thinking is if I just basically print this part in a few different plastics, so I'll print it in CF nylon, CF polycarbonate, ABS, etc., and basically have a dummy plate, tighten the spring down so that, and measure this gap here, okay? So say we measure this gap here, and the gap's like 10 millimeters or whatever it is. So I do this on a bunch of them, okay? So I do like 2 of each just to ensure there's no error. I have a bunch of spare bed springs, okay? And they're all these yellow springs. So I've got, what, I got 3 of them, I think. And they're all the same. So I print them, I tighten it down to a certain point, and then what I'm gonna do is throw them in one of my printers and just heat cycle it. Heat it up to 100 degrees for 10 minutes, let it cool down. Heat up to 100 degrees for 10 minutes, cool down. And I'm gonna heat cycle it a bunch and then run a long print and just have them like in a same spot in the print chamber so they're exposed to the temperatures that the printer would run at. And then I should be able to, once that's done and it's heat cycled a bunch, measure this gap again. If the gap changes, I've got heat creep issues, right? That should, no, this gap would change because this plastic here would compress. Or no, this would pull through. Yeah, this would pull through. Anyways, something would change and I'd be able to tell. So, or the same, it works through. Okay. Yeah, I know he printed in old plastic, so I do want to check it. So here's the idea. I have the CF nylon, I have the CF polycarbonate. Some parts I should be able to print in CF polycarbonate just fine. We don't recommend doing polycarbonate because polycarbonate, when exposed to oils and greases, can break down. But certain things, you know, such as the front fan shroud here, probably isn't going to be exposed to much grease, okay? Your XY joints will be, your front idlers will. Anywhere where there's like, you know, bearings and motors, like right here, your XY joints, these are going to be exposed. But there are parts that can probably be just fine, okay? The Z motor mounts. These parts right here where the, actually, yeah, there'd be grease coming down these rods from the ball screws or from the linear rails. Probably not. So there are probably parts you could do. I also have, because they sent it to me, I didn't know they were going to send it. Feta sent me some, what is this? Carbon fiber nylon and 250 grams of glass-filled carbon nylon. Now, this is actually like print temp 300 to 320. So I might wait till I get Toasty Boy up and running to use this stuff, because I don't see a lot of people playing around with glass-filled plastic. And I really want to try it because we use this stuff at work all the time, and it reeks. Oh my God, does glass-filled nylon reek? Or is it glass-filled polypro? I can't remember. So either way, yeah. So there is another option that I'm mulling for Toasty Boy, and I don't know if I'm going to go through with it because I don't think I have the skill set yet for it, but I do have a CNC now. We have the 3018. Okay, now if I could pick up a CNC like this and do this, it's not cutting aluminum. Okay, no, I will not be cutting aluminum on the 3018 yet. And honestly, if you're cutting aluminum on there, you're cutting like 3mm plate. You're not cutting full Voron parts. They're like, you know, they're thick. You're not, you know, I'm not putting a half-inch block of 6-61 on there. However, Jack, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Thanks for the content. Thank you for enjoying the videos. So, cutting stuff like, you know, aluminum, steel, etc. isn't going to work too well. However, I was playing around with it the other day, and for those that have me on Twitter, and if you don't have me on Twitter, at 3DP Nero, follow me, it cuts plexiglass just fine. So I cut this little hexagon out of plexiglass just to try. I've never cut plastic on it, so I wanted to see how well it cut plastic. Well, I've got Delrin. I think it's Delrin. Or it might be high density polyethylene. I'm not sure. But I've got like rigid hard plastics here that I may be able to machine parts out of. So I might try machining some of these parts out of plastic because, you know, let's face it, you know, 3D printing a plastic is okay, but a solid cast piece, a solid one unit of plastic is probably stronger. So certain components, like, you know, the 8mm rod holders, the Z motor mounts, these are pretty much just flat pieces with holes in it. These should be easily machinable. I would love to do the XY joints. I might be able to do half of them. We'll see. It depends on how big the material is and if it's machinable in one setup. Because with the 3018, it's got no end stops yet. So it's pretty much, if you have to re-pick up a thing, it's super hard to do it accurately. So, Delrin, acetol, I don't know what this plastic is. I found it in the scrap bin at work. It's really hard. So I don't know. They might be high density polyethylene. It just says anti-static on it. So it might be, I don't know. But they're hard plastic. So I could just go buy Delrin or acetol. Acetal? Acetal? I don't know. Anyways, so that is an option. So I might try that. We'll see. I do plan on doing a few upgrades on the 3018 in the future. I'm going to be slapping bigger motors in it. And I do have the 20,000 RPM spindle. So yeah, I know Delrin is acetol. A lot of people don't know that, so that's why I'm saying both names. So I got the higher Rip'em spindle coming in. I got bigger motors. I got a, you know, I'm a Voron builder, so I've got the 84-ounce stepper motors like everywhere. So I'm gonna put bigger motors in it. There's a few easy upgrades that I can do to it. Stock board is Garbo. I'm gonna put a bigger power supply in it. So, and I'm gonna put it out in my garage because it's loud. So I should be able to machine some parts. I'm gonna try machine some parts. We'll see. So there's that. So the ding ding is actually almost done. So, what time is it right now? It's 10 o'clock, so we're coming up at the 10-hour or 2-hour mark. I'm gonna go get a drink because it's about that time, and it's my birthday weekend. So I'm gonna go get a drink because why not? So we'll let this finish, and then we'll start doing some CAD work. Because in regards to Avro, right now, this is, for those that are unaware, and I keep saying that every time I bring it up, this is the little CNC machine I'm designing. It's basically a quote-unquote desktop class CNC. So it'll fit on a standard desk, and it should be one-man movable. NEMA 23 motors, ball screws, 1204s for the X and Z, 1605 for the Y, I believe. It's about 12 inches by 9.5 inches of travel, 500-watt spindle. So this is something I've been kind of playing around with for a couple of weeks, months now, actually. And at the moment, for the lead screws, the ball screws, I'm fine. But the rails, I have them designed in as MGM12 and MGM15. So it's MGM12 for the Z, and then MGM15 for the X and the Y. The reason I went with that is because they're more compact. They're lower profile, and they're cheaper. And I was kind of hoping that it would make a more compact assembly. Because certain things, like your spindle center. So from where the actual tool is in your spindle to the rigid point, you want to keep that as short as possible, okay? So the distance from basically, you know, spec, boom, to the front of that. Where is it? I don't know. Oh, it's showing me the arc. I don't want to know the arc. anyways, the distance from here to there, you want to keep that as short as possible. So by using, you know, MGM's 12 and 15s, which are low profile, MGN's low profile, it was nice and compact. The problem is, MGN is kind of like, it's not really great on loadings. It's okay for 3D printers, but machining, it's kind of weak sauce for machining. I was hoping because the machine would be small enough, it wouldn't be that big of an issue, but I think it would be an issue. Kind of mulling it over, going from a few people's opinions. So tonight I'm going to be doing some work on the CAD once I go get a drink, and pretty much what Elite Machine Works is saying is I'm going to swap it to MGM 15, but that's going to require a bunch of adjustment of stuff and more machining on my end. So yeah, for the Elite Machine Works, basically this extrusion would go bye-bye. This would become a HDR 15, and then instead of this being a 1/2-inch plate, I'm just going to get like a 1-inch plate and just machine the slot bigger. So it would be like out to here, and then this machine the slot in. So anyways, I will be back in a minute, so you guys can enjoy the well-buffed Mushroom Man while Vision watches over him. And King Kong too. Select any cylinder geometry on the motor to measure from center line. Oh, okay. So yeah, so I will be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Steal the THK ball screws. Ugh. What, like this one? The problem is this one's too big. This is like, this is not good. One, this is like 15? Actually, this might be inch. I can't remember. Yeah, this 585 or 15 mil ish. But the problem is, it's like each rotation is like 1 full inch of travel. This is not a great ball screw for it's too big. Way too big. I'd have to cut it. I don't want to build a CNC that big. That's like one of the reasons I didn't go with like the MP CNC or whatever. I don't need it that big. Nobody's making dual X. Let me see here. Let me catch up. Rat Rig, V-Core 3, or Voron. I've never built any of the rat rigs. I haven't looked at it much. As for bringing back the pupper, wife's in bed, so pupper's in the bedroom, and he won't move. Some sort of helmeted figure. Oh, that's Daft Punk. Actually. Okay, my wife's watching the stream. Coda, come here. Your ear bugging you, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, time for an ear cleaning. All right, good night. It's a BNK 1510. Oh, jeez. I'm like just figuring out how to read ball screw stuff. Joe, I wish I could... Is it doing anything? Oh, okay. Okay, decided to do a big retraction at the end there. I don't know why. But the ding ding is done. So MGN are single ball race, not adapted for loading applications, but HDR is much taller. You can go with TRS 15, which is double race but lower profile. That's what I put on. I'll take a look at the TRS 15. Let's take a look at that. Just hacksaw the ball screw. Oh, they don't like that. They do not like that. Duff 699 Doggo. Yes, Doggo. Okay, so the ding ding is done. And it's looking like it has the exact same issue that the previous one, or the previous H2 had when I was doing prints. So let me pull up my slicer settings here. So this is the default, I can't stand looking at that model. This is the default Ender 3 profile. So for retractions, I have a 0.5 millimeter retract, which I think is kind of normal for a direct feed setup. 35 millimeter retract speed. That's pretty standard. And then, let me take a look here. Like, I don't have anything for pressure advance, I believe. Like, here's my default config. I don't have anything for pressure advance in it or anything. Fly screen settings, firmware retraction. Okay, but we don't have firmware retraction. Or do we? Ooh. I don't think that would be a thing. So anyways, this is what I'm getting on right here. Buff Mushroom Man. Brim. So this is our Buff Mushroom Man. Okay. Ooh, focus. Focus on him. So there's Buff Mushroom Man. He looks quite buff and quite mushroomy. The problem is, and I noticed this the same time, I had the same issue with my last time on the previous H2. Look at the seam. It's opened wide up. Like it's like a walnut. I can crack them open. Oh my god, that's bad imagery. Like, but yeah, so I had the same issue. Did I save any of the prints? I think I threw them out when I was cleaning. But every print that I tried on the previous H2, I would get this. Now, I'm not a big RepRap firmware thing. And I'm just realizing it had firmware retracts enabled. But I don't think that would do anything because it's not calling out for firmware retracts in Cura. I don't have pressure advance. Save. Like, I don't see a pressure advance config macros. I don't have any macros. And then also, this is another thing for the RepRap guys out there. So it does a retract at the end. So at the very end of the print, it does this big retraction. But I don't have that on here. I have it retract 2 millimeters. And that's it. So that's all it is in firmware. However, when this print ended, and previous prints, since I've switched over to using RepRap firmware, it does like a big, it pulls the filament all the way out. So I don't know. Pressure advance. Let me. Yeah, I don't see pressure advance. So I don't see that. Line 72. Add pressure advance for stock Bowden. Oh, that would be it. So it does have pressure advance. Okay, so I'll turn off pressure advance. Because we don't need... So what would be pressure advance for RepRap? Yeah, that would be it. That's what's causing the seam. No, clipper. 0.01. How much pressure advance direct? Okay, let's just do 0.0225. There we go. There we go. M572. There we go. Okay, so that's fixed. Now, another question is why the heck it pulls the filament all the way out of the extruder? Coasting? Yeah, I don't know why it pulls all the filament out. If anyone has an answer to that, that'd be great. But I don't know why it pulls all the filament out at the end of a print. You want me to print the ding ding again? I can print the ding ding again. Let me print the ding ding again. Because we're going to be... I need to compare it properly. Plus, we're going to be doing CAD work, so I'll just let it print. Mr. Mushroom Head's wife. It really doesn't like feeding in. There we go. I guess that's it. Okay. Is there a miss ding ding? Increase set height. There we go. Download files. Download. Yeah, any firmware that you could just adjust settings live is great. Like, honestly, I ran RepRap firmware for the longest time. Like, I didn't switch over to Clipper on all my machines till relatively recently. Like, V226 ran Clipper until like December of last, or ran RepRap firmware until like Clipper of last. Wow, I can't English. It ran RepRap firmware until I converted it to Clipper in about December of last year. So, when am I going to put it on? As soon as the final revision is done. I don't want to put it on and have to take it right off because it's an old revision. So I'm going to wait until it's done and then I'll put it on, because then I will make a video about doing it. Because I don't want to make a video about doing it and it be out of date once it's out. So. Okay, so there we go. Next model printing. So we've had that successful print. Drink time. Tonight is Gibson's finest again, because Gibson's is good. Cheers to a successful print. Sounds like it's sending Marlin style G code. Yep, that would do it. RepRap. So let me pause print. So that might be it then. Coors Light. Any news on Clipper on Duet 3? I have no idea. I am not a software guy, and I don't know who's going to be the one who converts Clipper to a Duet 3. I have no idea, unfortunately, because there's nobody on the Voron team looking into that, because nobody on the Voron team wants to bother putting a Duet. Personally, I think a Duet 3 is massively overkill for 3D printers. And for CNCs, it kind of makes a bit more sense with the 5160s, but Clipper can't do CNC, so it's kind of like nobody on the team I'm on is kind of really super interested in it. There we go. The power supply I'm putting on Toasty Boy is a UHP 224. So squish that. So just for comparison, this is an LRS 200. So this is like the spec power supply. This is a UHP. So this is the power supply I'm using for Toasty Boy versus a standard size power supply. This is a 12 volt, but the size is the same. So yeah. So yes, it's like less than half the size, but it's also like double the cost. But I wanted to try it. Thanks you for coming out for the stream tonight. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. See you guys next week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care. Any more parts show up? Yes. So let's go dumpster diving. My 2209s for the SKR showed up. Bearings. What else? Bearings showed up. My rubber compressor feet showed up. The SSR mount to the DIN rail. The screen, which I'm just using the Physek Mini 12864 display. And then also, at first I was super excited because it said rails had showed up. And I thought it was something for Avro. But no, it's just the DIN rails. Which I bought the Alley ones, even though I like legit have these at work. But I wanted to see how well the Alley ones work. And they're cheap, so. No, the big thing I'm waiting on is the LDO order, because that's going to have like all the stuff I need to start actually building it. So. Why do some 2209s come with those female-to-female jumpers? Okay, I could show you that, because I have a proto board here. Well, not a proto board. So this right here is like my test board. This is for if I want to test something and I don't want to actually hook a printer up. So, take these out, those are just hanging there. So this is my dev board. This is if we're, I want to test something on Clipper without actually using a printer. I have this. So this is my Raspberry Pi 3A. This is my SKR 1.1. Mini 1.1, so it's not even like the good one, and a buck converter and a fan. So this is running 2208s. These are my old 2208s. And see the jumpers? It's because this board doesn't have built-in UART connections for the drivers. So what I had to do was run the wire from the pin on the step stick to an available pin, in this case on the header for the LCD, and this would allow them to talk. So yeah, so this is like, and this is just some scrap ABS with a bunch of standoff. So this is if I want to test, if we're doing a testing and I want to test a motor or just something with Clipper, and I don't want to use a printer. This is just the brains of a printer on a board for easy testing. I can plug in a heater. I can plug in if I want to test something. One thing I want to test this summer, once it's starting to get nice out, is thermal runaway protection and how good it actually is in certain situations. Because if you remember a couple months back, somebody's printer caught fire because they had thermal runaway protection, but what happened was the heater actually pulled out of the heater block and landed on something plastic and actually managed to catch it fire before the thermal runaway was enough to shut it down. So a board like that, this is what I would use it for. Is just, I want a printer, but I don't want the rest of the printer. So, thoughts on using an SKR Pro and supplying motor drivers separately, 36 volts on a custom Delta build? That is possible. Let me double check, because you need to make sure your drivers can handle 36 volts. Because like 2209s, I don't think can handle 36 volts. I think they max out at like 32. Or yeah, something like that. So you need to make sure the capacitors and like everything that is getting the 36 volts can handle it. So yeah, Dark Nitro. So the thing with motors, they run better with higher voltages. Like CNC machines run like 48 volts. So the more volts you can feed the motors, the better they run. It's just in 3DP land, everyone was stuck on 12 volts for the longest time. We're finally going to 24 when higher voltages are better. Yeah, 2209s are 28 volt, which is weird. Like, what? Can you get a 28 volt power supply? Okay, let's do some CAD. So, Miss Ding Ding is printing away. So, not that view, this view. So we got to swap these out. So hide the bed. So right now this whole Z assembly here, I'm going to shift up. It's going to be mounted on plates. This is not final, but these are MGN 15. Okay. I want to get rid of MGN 15. And by the way, please do not use what you're about to see as any sort of CAD tutorial for Fusion 360. The way I do it is I literally figured it out on my own. I'm sure I'm doing stuff wrong. I expect everyone to go, oh my god, what the heck are you doing? You don't know what you're doing. And you're right, I don't. I just kind of figured this out on my own for the most part. So please don't use this as a guide. So anyways, I'll leave one on for now. But these are MGN 15 with MGN 15H carriages. We're going to get rid of these. Okay. So, deleted. Oh, wrong button. Yes, delete it. Remove it. Oh my god, why does it take so long to delete something? Oh wait, it's fusion. It does things. It's not delete, it's remove. Wait, am I right? Have to remove, yeah. But now it's not on my list anymore. Where are you? There's that one. Where's the other MGN? All of a sudden it's not on my list anymore. Shoot. Ah, fusion is fun, guys. Okay, we'll leave that one. We'll remove this one. Remove. Add the bed assembly. Oh, and now my carriages are gone. There we go. So remove. Remove. Right click the part, find in browser. Okay, so I got base assembly. Okay, so it's in there. Yeah, it doesn't show it, it just... Where the heck did you go? Okay. Probably back into the bodies folder. Oh. Ah, whatever. Figure it out later. Close the file and open again. Oh, God. Yeah, you know what? Hide. There we go. Hide it. Done. It's gone. Hey, look, it disapparated. Okay. So, one cool thing. So, when it comes to Fusion, you can model like actual stuff and draw stuff out, but you can also use it like Lego. Okay. So, I want to add an HGR15 rail there. Well, I can just go insert McMaster Car component, because anything that's in that big fat McMaster Car book that you see AVE pull out every now and then, you can find in here. So we're adding a rail. It's a 15mm rail. It's standard. I think they're 34mm wide, and I think they're 64 long, I think is the CA. HDR16 CA. Okay. And it's 28mm tall. I remember that. So, you have that. Okay, hey, I want to add the rail itself. Okay, so we click there. Product details. I want to import the step of it. And download. And then we wait a second. Hey, look. We have the carriage. You know, I thought it was the rail. And there we go. Now, just to give you an idea, that's how big an HGR15 carriage is versus an MGN15 carriage. So, yeah, there's a bit of a size difference there. So now, okay, and we're just going to let that float there for now. So now we need to find the actual rail. There's our steel guide rails. Now, we need 450mm, but for some reason, you know, you can just shorten it. So just get whatever is the right length, and then you can extrude it. Product details. Download. Also, this is $147 for McMaster car. This is why we buy everything from AliExpress. So we're gonna want to rotate that to our 90 degrees. When editing goes really far back, this is like version 24 of this. So for moving stuff in Fusion, yeah, you can, you know, drag it around and whatnot, but you move it point to point. So what you kind of have to do is pick a point on your model. So I always use a corner, and then kind of put it where you want it, and then shift it. So and then the holes will line up, hopefully. And then okay. And then just to make sure it's centered, you can do something like inspect surface to surface, 7.3 millimeters. Inspect surface to surface. Ooh. 7.7. Okay, so I gotta shift it this way, 0.25. Right? Yeah. So that's probably at the bottom here. .25. Boom, boom. Inspect. Boom, boom. 7.05. Oh, I went the wrong way. Doop. Control Z. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me there's a better way of doing this in chat before I continue. Negative 0.5. Right, yeah. Is there a width mate? I don't know. Did a thin wall test and coming out perfectly. Not sure what's going on. Oh, there you go. If it's fixed, it's fixed. Have I thought about reinforcing the X-axis on this guy? Oh, this whole... So this is two L-beams that are going to be bolted together, and then I'm going to have a plate on the back probably, if I need it. Hit D. What does D do? 7.8. .2. Oh my god, I suck at this. What's D do? I'm hitting D. Now, another thing you could do is also draw a sketch and make a center point and yada yada yada. 7.4. Okay, one more. I'm also not bothering with the math right now because it's late at night and we're just literally, as soon as the ding ding's done, I'm probably going to end stream for tonight, simply for the fact that it's been a long day. D dimension is sketches. Oh, okay. So we should be okay here. 7.5. 7.5. Okay. So we're good there. How far back do I have it inset? 10 mil. There we go. Now we got to put the carriage on. Move. Point. So we're going to grab it from, I try and find a sharp point on it. Oop. That point right there. there. Ooh. And there we go. And it's not perfect. Let me try a different point. I'm sure the people that do a lot of CAD are probably looking at me going, what the heck am I doing? You need to make sure 800 was not RMS because you set it to peak at 800. Oh. Why aren't you moving? Well, let's see if the motor's getting hot. The motor is slightly lukewarm. So. Why aren't you moving? Yeah, move there to there. Go, move. Oh. Move. Point to point. There we go. Okay. So I don't know why it's not lining up perfectly. Yeah, the CAD's not really lining up. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know how to do sketches, like moving sketches and whatnot. Like none of this moves. I have to like select the whole assembly. I don't know how to do the whole moving thing yet. But that just gives you an idea of like the height difference between HGR 15 and MGN 15. So it's a beefier carriage and it's a beefier rail. And I'm realizing I should not be doing it this late. But this is HGR 15. Or 20. But it is a much beefier spec. If I'm not mistaken, there's two races of balls. There's like an upper and a lower. So there's... It aligns perfectly. I don't look perfect. But yeah, there's like balls in the top and the bottom, I believe, in the races. So it's a much more rigid setup. Tad, $5. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. What you want? Joints? Learn assemblies. Yeah, I'm still very basic on CAD, so I don't think I'm gonna make you guys suffer much more. But just to show you what I got to go ahead and do is I got to swap out all these MGN 15s for HGR 15 rails, and yeah. So it's not too bad. It shouldn't be too hard. It just stuff's gonna shift around and whatnot. This whole design is in flux. Like, all I have on hand so far is like a few rails. So just to show you here. So I've got these, which are actually the only things that have come in for it so far that I've ordered, because I wanted to try the Z assembly just to make sure everything worked. So I'm waiting on the lead screw to come, or the ball screw for the Z to come in. But I went ahead and grabbed the rails for it. And if these don't work out, they're MGN 15. I'll find a use for them. But I've gone ahead. These are bone dry. I've just gone ahead and ultrasonic them. So they're not too bad. in terms of like play and whatnot. Like these ones are actually like pretty good. There's barely any, I can't even feel play in here. But another downside is with MGN 15 and 12 is these are 3mm screws. On HGR 15 you get 4mm screws, so they're beefier screws for mounting them, which you kind of want. But I don't know. I still might, I don't know. These don't feel too bad. I'm sure they'd be okay. And also another problem is you can't really, I just don't see these lasting too long now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I actually have these in hand, I could see running into issues long term, especially with side forces. Because you only got the one race of ball bearings versus two. So this is like when you're cutting and you're moving backwards, like cutting on a Z like this, all the force is pushing the balls this way. I'm gonna have to swap these out. Oh well. It is what it is. By the way, these little plastic thingies, if your rails come with them, make sure you keep them. Yeah, that's another reason Chromax there. That's why I'm swapping it. It's looking back at it now at the design. Originally, I had NEMA 17 motors and a 200 or 250 watt spindle, and I've gone ahead and beefed up the NEMA 23s, a bigger Y-axis lead screw or ball screw, a bigger spindle, and now I'm like realizing, you know what? I can't be going with the MGNs. I got to go with the HGRs. So. Yeah, they should be more accurate. They should be much more robust. What was that other TRS 25 or 15 rail? Somebody suggested another type of rail. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, what is it? TRS 15? Focus on the ding ding. See them on Alley. Yeah, I can find TRS 15 carriages. Rail. Tad thinner. I gotta try and find them though. Oh. There they are. So let's take a look here. So one piece, 15 width. Those don't look, oh, they're a little pricey. Do I think the Ender 3 is good? For its price, it's probably one of the best printers you can get for that price. So, low profile, TRS 15. It doesn't look too bad. So what are the price? It's like 20, so it's 60 bucks per rail. So that actually comes out more than HGR. HGR in Canada, in Canadian bucks is about, what is it? Actually, no, it's about the same. It's about 120. Because I was speccing it out for the 450mm rails, the 200, and the 12 carriages, about 311 shipping in. So this would be 60, yeah. So TRS 15B. So what is the height? M 24. So it's actually, it's only 4 millimeters shorter. It's only 4 millimeters shorter. Yeah, it's only 4 millimeters shorter. Length is about the same. Width is about the same. So they're pretty dang close. Like, I don't think there's a massive difference between them. So which ones were I looking at? I think it was these ones. Yeah, because I was looking at 450 China. 2 rails, 4 carriages, 80 bucks plus $40 shipping. So there's 120 Canadian. So 240 plus, yeah. So HGR 15CA. So it's 28 millimeters versus, where is the TRS? Where's your spec sheet? Where's your spec sheet? Yeah. I don't think they're that much of a difference. Oh well. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be playing around with the whole design. Like it's all gonna change. Like that's like half the reason for Avro is to teach me CAD. So. If you're gonna go with an Ender 3, get the Ender 3 V2, in my opinion. That's the one I have right here. It does have a few minor, well, a whole Hotend assembly, but get an Ender 3 V2 in my opinion. That's probably your best bang for your buck Ender. So. Or build a switch. Well, the thing is, like an Ender 3 V2 is what, 250-ish? A switch wire is Prusa money. So it's kind of like they are in two different like ballparks. They're not the same class of machine really. Yeah, 270. Where did you get the SRL for the LGX on your Afterburner? What do you mean SRL? Have a good one, Beartastic. Stream's almost over anyways. We're just going to let the Miss Ding Ding finish. And then probably call it there. 11 o'clock, 3 hours, same as usual. Oh, the STL. It will be pushed to the GitHub once everything is finalized and tested. The variant I have on it right now is pretty much the final, but the fan shroud needs adapting. What kind of speeds can the switch wire comfortably print? Can it do ABS? It'll do your standard Voron 60, 90, 120. That's 60 outer walls, 90 inner walls, and infill, 120 or 120 infill, and 300. Or I run mine at 200 travel, and anywhere from 12 to 4500 Excel is what I normally push on it. But it prints fast. It's a Voron. Yeah. And yes, it does ABS just fine. It's designed to be enclosed. Like, you can easily enclose it just by putting panels around it, essentially. So yeah. So, this weekend has been nuts. Spring cleaning, but my goal is, now that I got the 3018, I can't run it in here. One, let me see here, unlock. I don't have desk space. So my shelves are full of stuff, and I'm running out of desk space. So printers I can move around, but the CNC, the 3018, and eventually Avro, I'm gonna have to put in the garage at some point. So I'm trying to clear up my garage and kind of turn it into a secondary studio, not studio, a shop. I'm trying to turn my garage into a shop, essentially. And it's okay. I got the room, and we don't park in the garage either. So it's free real estate. It's free real estate. And the problem is, it's uninsulated. It's attached to the house, but it's uninsulated. There's no room above it. And I was just up in the attic above it, and the ceiling is drywalled, but there is no vapor barrier. So I can't just throw insulation up there. I gotta now either drop the ceiling and put a vapor barrier, and that ain't happening, or spray foam it, which kind of sucks. TRH rail. TRH rail. It's a shop when you're streaming and a studio when you're not streaming. Any updates on 0.1? Yes, when it's done. Ooh, apartment. That sucks. Spray foam. Yeah, I'd have to pay a company to spray foam. I don't have the setup for spray. I was hoping it was they had the common courtesy to put the vapor barrier up before putting the drywall, just in case somebody were to do it in the future, but of course not. So if I were to insulate without a vapor barrier, it's useless, because it needs to be insulated, because I live in Canada and it like gets like -20 in the winter and like 30 in the summer. Drop it insulated. I don't want to drop the ceiling. Too much work. Cupcake Overlord, in regards to the V0 versus the V0.1, start building your 0.1. The only difference is go buy an Orbiter NEMA 14. So go buy one of these guys, extra, okay? And then also buy a 30mm fan that is 7mm thick, I believe. And then also, if you want to go with a lead screw, if you want to use the belted mod, you can stick with that. That's what I'm using. If you want a lead screw, grab the LDO integrated lead screw stepper. Other than that, all the parts are the same. It's literally moving some stuff around, some stuff to make it assembly a little bit easier, and the direct feed tool head. Like, that's pretty much it. It's not a, oh, and the integrated lead screw for the Z. So. The Ender 3 V2, something with the controller board. It's a better controller board on the V2, and it's got the glass bed and a few other upgrades. It's got the little knobs for adjusting belt tension, which are really nice. So, can you use computer thermal paste? Yes, I have in that heat break, or in that Hotend that we built out of random parts the other day. So this is a Mark 8 heat sink, a Chimera titanium heat break, a V6 heater block and a Fadus plated copper nozzle. I just have some Arctic silver from the heat block to the heat sink. Don't put it in your heat block. From the heat break to the heat sink is okay, but from the heat block to the heat break, don't. So thermal paste here. Okay. Thermal paste here, not okay. Will they make a larger bed for the V0? No, the plan is to keep it at the 120. If you want to make a build a bigger one, go ahead. Just buy longer extrusions and longer rails. Have any thoughts on making a mini toasty boy? Not really, considering my V0 doesn't get a lot of use as is. My V0 is honestly a backup printer, or I want to bring a printer somewhere to show somebody a 3D printer. Like I brought that to my mom's house to show, hey, whatever. So I don't use it a lot. Same with Bonsai. Like the last time Bonsai ran on stream was the last time I used Bonsai. So when I did the intro to ABS series, since then, the bed's collecting dust. Like that's one of the things I'm trying to do with the whole Thangs thing is actually print more. Because I really don't use my printers as I build my printers to build printers and content. So. Oh, as an alternative, yeah, you can make it into a little toasty boy. You would just have to use high temp material like plastics that can take the temperature. The problem is it's got a small bed, so it won't be able to output as much heat. So, the Nova Hotend, I don't know. I can't make any good opinions of the Nova. I don't have one, but like I'm gonna say it's basically just a fancy volcano with all proprietary stuff. So it's proprietary nozzle, proprietary everything. I say that it's just a fancy volcano, while I have a Fadus Dragonfly High Flow, which is a fancy volcano. But this, I don't know. It's gonna be fun to try it. I haven't mounted this in anything yet. It'll fit in the Ender. But this guy there is a few design things in it that I kind of like, so we'll see. But this guy's got to wait before I can show it off. But I don't know. I think it's just too proprietary and not like they advertise the nozzle as being like a nozzle that can't jam when I've seen it jam. So I don't know. It's a block of metal with a heater in it. The only thing that makes a Hotend is the heat break and the nozzle. That's 90% of your Hotend assembly is those two parts. Do I prefer the Dragon or the Dragonfly? In a workhorse printer, the Dragon. The Dragonfly is a little bit cheaper. Functionally, they work pretty much the same. The only difference is with the Dragon is you have the rigid mounting of the heater block, so you're less likely to damage anything in the event of a nozzle crash, and you can do the one-handed nozzle changes. But if you don't plan on crashing your printer and you don't change your nozzles often, a Dragonfly will serve you just fine. I have a Dragonfly in Switchwire, and it is great at dealing with a Y-splitter setup. I've had no issues with it, so. Okay, so we'll let Little Miss non-abs mushroom person finish. I wish this camera focused better at close range. But it is what it is. When you're doing a one-handed nozzle change, does it feel like you're breaking off the extruder? Nope. The extruder is the part that pushes the plastic. The Hotend is the part that melts the plastic. Have I seen the red lizard Hotend? It's a CR10 style dragon Hotend. I've seen it. The thing is with a lot of AliExpress vendors that make those really cheap knockoffs of the dragon and the dragonfly and the sliced mosquito and whatnot, usually the quality is very hit and miss. So yeah, I know the C920. The one that I have mounted in my V226 has been modded with a manual adjustment focus ring. This one I didn't want to do that because I wanted to keep the automatic. No, the torque wrench, go on Thingiverse, search torque wrench, and this is like one of the first responses. That's what I use. I've been using this thing for years. It's great. Ding, fries are done. Yes. Oh, now it focuses. This is a very mature stream, folks. Very mature. Very mature. It does have a Z seam still, but it's nowhere near as bad. Gotta let the bed cool before you pull it off. Make sure you like that smash button, and if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you're subscribed and ring that bell. We produce serious content here, very super serious, non-joking content on this channel. Super serious, no jokes, very serious. We take everything personally, no jokes. Everything is, you know, so serious. Super serious, like KGB agent serious at the border. Super serial. Still hot. Another thing I don't like about these beds, you can damage them really easy by pulling off something that's hot. So, BQ H2 take 2, take 3. I think it's okay. Happy birthday. Thank you. None of your business. Dave, you are the first person to use one of the emotes. I think I only have the 2 right now. I think I only have that, and I can't... How do I do the other one? There. I also have the gotta go fast. So I am... like trying to, like, I've got the pop-ups when you guys donate and whatnot. I'm starting to get stuff set up properly. Just please don't go all poggers in the chat and all that. There you go. You gotta be, see, if you want to use the gotta go fast or the Voron thing, you gotta be a member. There we go. Some incentive. I gotta create some stuff. I think I'm gonna try, like, what are we at? I'm almost at like what, 1,100 subs now. Like the past week has been insane in terms of sub growth, just because of Stefan's shout out from CNC Kitchen. So I think I kind of actually have to at this point start taking stuff kind of seriously, because this is a thing and it's actually like blowing up well beyond that. So that means I have to have emotes in the chat. They don't show up on screen chat though. Oh, they don't show up on screen chat. That might be a, I don't know. That's a, yeah, the smiley face is there. Oh, it just says it. Yeah, so that's a, I don't know. I use Streamlabs. I'm paying for Streamlabs now, so I have the official, like, full Streamlabs. So yes. So I'm gonna try and like make stuff more, because I think I'm like the only one of the, there's Chris Perillo, which I haven't had a chance to watch him, but he streams a lot and he's doing some 3D printing stuff. But as far as I'm aware, I'm like the only 3D printing guy that does regular streams. I know Joel does streams, but his are usually just unboxings and whatnot. So I think that's kind of like the niche that I like, is what we're doing here. I do the videos. You guys like the videos. They do okay. I don't make any money on any. I don't think I've seen a single ad on any of my videos ever. So I don't do the videos for money because I don't make any money on them. You haven't seen a Raid Shadow Legends ad spot yet, so I'm not making money off the videos. But the streams are where it's at. That's what I like the most. So I think that's what we're gonna keep doing. I don't know. We've got 211 people here still, so. Nearest does some streams? Okay. But yes, the, so we have Buff Mushroom Man, and he's got the way too much pressure advance. Spigot, 1031 Australian dollars, I believe. Great stream. Enjoy your $9.99 CAD. Thank you. We have Miss Non-Buff Mushroom Man Woman. And she does have a Z seam, but she doesn't have the massive pressure advance issues. And then we have Ducky the Duck. Oh, wait. Okay, it does. So, I will take pictures of these guys and put them on the Twitters. So, what is the best way to suggest ideas for content? Message on Patreon, Discord? Tweet at me, Discord? I don't know. What is your idea? You're on the spot right now, Matt. Sell me something. Let's do this. What do you want me to do? Do I have a Patreon or do I have a preference? I think I get more from Patreon than YouTube. I know YouTube takes more of a cut of donations, but I don't know about memberships. I gotta check that out. Right now, Matt's on the spot. You wanted to know, and now I want to know. Brandon, $10 for the mushroom couple. Yes, Mushroom Man. This is TOS friendly. Actually, I gotta move the 1100 more like 11,000. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's like 11 o'clock at night, and then this is my second bottle of second drink of scotch or whiskey. YouTube takes 30%. Okay, so yeah, Patreon more. Yeah, right now we're at 10,783. That's insane. Like, here, let me see if I can show this. So, wow, that's nuts. I'm trying. I wish I could show these charts here without like, because there's stuff, there's personal info and whatnot on these charts, but just like watching the channel growth over the past like year has been insane. Like, it used to be like I'd be lucky on a day when I got like 1,000 views in a day back in like August, and now it's like on the Stefan bump day it was 15,000, I think, and it averages anywhere from 6 to 12. Like, it's been nuts the growth this channel has, and it's all because you guys are awesome, by the way. So yeah, I keep doing it. I'm having fun. You guys like it. I like it. We're all having a good time here. What's to complain about? Yeah, there's Social Blade too. Second bottle. Well, actually, this is the second bottle of Gibson's I bought. Because normally what I do is I like to try out new things. So every time I go to the LCBO, I'll grab a different bottle. But the last bottle of Gibson's I bought, I liked, so I got another one. Etching spring steel with logos. So, the 3018. I'll give you a teaser. So it does wood just fine, okay? Shoot, I'm dropping stuff. There it is. So the 3018 does wood just fine, and I did play around with some aluminum. Focus. I can't focus on that. Maybe overhead camera. Oh yeah, okay, so in Ontario, if you want beer, you go to the beer store. If you want liquor, you go to the LCBO, which is Liquor Control Board of Ontario. So that is testing out the engraving on aluminum. That's just like a test file on the 3018. And it actually engraved the aluminum just fine. So what I'm thinking is for Toasty Boy that I take one of the extrusions, because it's red anodized. I'm going to try and engrave Toasty Boy on it. Which you probably won't even see because it's going to be covered. But yeah, I tried engraving brass, by the way. Brass is too hard for a V-bit. It broke. Yeah, the beer stores, the grocery stores started carrying liquor, or beer and wine a few years ago. But if you want like liquor, you have to go to the LCBO. The sack. Do the Nero 3DP logo. Here's the thing. I might change it up. Like I like the logo. I like the white, black, and blue color theme. But if I pivot to doing more CNC stuff on the channel, which you guys are taking to the CNC stuff just fine. So, like I know a lot of 3DP or 3D printing people end up moving into CNC, or at least have a shared knowledge or shared interest in the both of them. So I feel like I can move between the two, and it shouldn't be too bad. Some content creators, if they do one subject and try to go into something else, it doesn't work out. But I think CNC and 3DP gel together pretty well. I might drop the P off the end and just go Nero 3D. Which it doesn't really matter because they don't even say my channel name. None of my shows have a name on it. I never say anything like, hi, my name is Taylor. Nobody ever calls me Taylor. It's Nero. So yeah, I might drop the P off the end. It might just be Nero 3D. Actually, it's make sure it's Nero 3D. Yeah, because I don't know why Twitter did it, but it's on Twitter. It's at 3DP Nero, but everything else is Nero 3DP. And I specifically did that because I don't want to encroach on Joel, because Joel is 3D printing nerd, which is 3DPN, and I didn't want 3DP Nero because I think that's too much of a copy. So I specifically went with Nero 3DP, but then Twitter decided, nope, it's going to be 3DP Nero. You get that. I'm like, whatever. So I'll probably, yeah, Joel knows my name because he asked my name. We have chatted. I honestly, if COVID wasn't an issue, I would have no problem jumping on a plane because I live in South Detroit. Like literally, I'm 40 minutes from Detroit International Airport. It's Detroit to Seattle flights aren't that expensive. I would have no problem flying over and helping him build a Voron over a weekend. Unfortunately, there's a global pandemic going on, but hopefully that'll be done one day. But yeah, because I don't think he's built a printer from scratch before. So yeah, because everything I've seen is like unboxed or like store-bought printers. So yeah, I probably will drop the P. I plan on like hitting up Fiverr or something and actually getting channel branding and stuff, because the logo was done by Jared on the Voron Discord. He hooked me up with that logo, but that's like the only branding I have. I don't have a 3D model of me or whatever. Yeah. Thinking about swapping my 3018 over 600mm screws and extrusions. Whew. Detroit is in the US. I live in South Detroit. Look on a map, it makes sense. Which also means the Journey song is about a guy, because there is no okay, let me pull up the map here. Detroit. I'm not going to show you where my house is, okay? Because I live near here, but not this area, okay? So, this is Detroit, okay? So let me zoom out, okay? So this is America land, this is Canada land, okay? This is Detroit. I live in South Detroit, because there is no South Detroit, because it's another country. So I actually have to go north to go to the US. So if that makes sense. DJ, it makes sense. As somebody who is now kind of involved in the YouTube game, I have no problem. If you want to do YouTube full time, and this is not full time. Like what I do, I have a full-time 40+ hour a week job. This is a side gig for me. But doing YouTube full-time requires consistent content. Unless you're one of those creators like Chris Gazart or any of those other creators that just have enough reviews that they can get by from continual viewership, you either need to consistently put out content or you need to have something that every video you make gets millions of views to be a full-time YouTuber. So I fully understand what he's doing. And you know, some people, I don't watch TV, I watch YouTube. And he's one of the guys that every time a video comes out, it's just on my playlist and I'll watch it, because I just don't watch TV anymore. I just watch pretty much YouTube and Netflix and whatnot. So it makes sense. So yeah, Mark Rober's another one that, yeah, it really depends on your setup. Some people, like, honestly, I think Patreon and like things like Twitch subscriptions and YouTube memberships are great for content creators, especially at my level, because let's be real, if it wasn't for donations from you guys and like memberships and the Patreon and just straight up donations, I would not be able to do anything what I'm doing right now. Because with my channel has, it shows 1.6 million, but I think it's around 1.3 million views right now, because I went ahead and took a bunch of videos off that I had from years ago that weren't 3D printing related. I had like a video from EVE Online that has like 250,000 views because I recorded some in-game event. So I average 6,000 to 12,000 views a day on my YouTube channel, and I have almost 11,000 subscribers. My watch time is ridiculously high for my channel size, because a lot of people watch my full 3-hour stream every week. So my watch time is through the roof. I have made 0 cents off ad revenue. It is what it is. Because yes, my channel is monetized, I just don't get ads. So if it wasn't for like direct support from you guys, I would not be able to do what I'm doing right now. So I think that kind of direct support of the creators you like has been amazing for smaller creators to be able to do so much more than what they used to be able to do. So Hand Tool Rescue is awesome. But yeah, like Project Binky. I've been watching those guys make that dang mini for, God, longer than my son's been alive. And yeah, from like day one, I've been a Patreon member because I love what they create. And yeah, so I think, you have ads before my videos? I ain't getting any of that money. Photochromac, they're taking your money. I'm not even getting it. They're showing you ads for themselves. No, Andre, it's based on views. You have to watch the ad for a certain amount of time. Because just so you guys know, any ad that would ever show in front of my video, I have it selected so that they're not like the ads you can't skip. They're skippable ads. And I don't have mid-roll ads, I don't think. I can't remember. I stopped caring about the ad settings when ads never showed up on my videos. So yeah, so we got the mushroom men and men-woman family printed. The H2, it worked good. If it had worked this good, the first one, my review of it would be much higher. So I'm going to try printing some stuff this week on it. I'll try and push out a video. The LGX video, I have enough stuff recorded for it, like in terms of like printed stuff, that I should be able to do a video. I should be able to record the video tomorrow, edit it. You should be a video Tuesday-ish maybe. And then I'm going to try and do a video on the 3018 this week too. We shall see if I can do a 2-video week. If not, there should be 1 video. Yeah. Ooh, Dustin, thank you for becoming a member. The 3018, I'll probably be doing, because right now my videos are either instructional stuff or reviews, okay? So a lot of it's instructional stuff. I like to think I'm a more technical channel compared to some of the other 3D Pre channels. So I like diving into like the input shaper and what stuff. So I think I'm going to start doing videos on just stuff I'm working on. Like the 3018, there's a few little projects I kind of want to do with it, like upgrading it and whatnot. I think I'm going to do videos, like more simpler videos, like 5-10 minute videos. I know my videos are long. I try not to make long videos, but I don't script anything, so I just do it live, and then I end up with like 4 hours of footage that I edit down to like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and that's just what it is. So, Brandon, busy guy. Man, I wish I had more hours in the day. I really wish, like, if this was a full-time job, I would be so much less, I wouldn't say stressed. I'm not stressed doing this. But if this was a full-time job, I would be under I would have more time doing this full-time. Because as it is, I have a full-time job. And I have a 3-year-old son. Well, he's 3 in like 2 weeks. And, oh yeah, I own a house. So I have hey, I gotta go cut the lawn soon. So, winter's nice to me because there's less stuff going on. But, it is what it is. I still haven't beaten Cyberpunk yet, put it that way. Please stay technical. Ben, I have no problem. I don't plan on going... Like, put it this way. I got an email from a company asking me to review a printer. Okay, they wanted to send me a printer. I won't say the name of the company, but it's a V-Wheel i3 style printer. Okay? I haven't even bothered responding to it. If I do respond to it, it'll be... If you send it to me, I'll do it on stream, but I'm not making a video on it. Because it's a V-Wheel i3 style printer. They're all the same. So, I don't think I'll ever... I don't plan on ever becoming a generic review channel. Unless something's shiny. Don't get me wrong, like... This is shiny. This is something new. I have no problem doing a video on something new. But, you've seen one V-Wheel based i3 style printer, you've seen them all. Maker Viking, no, I have not played Valheim. I'm assuming you have. Joe, so right now I try to do a video a week. I'm just thinking if I do more, hey guys, today hey, look at this little thing I made on the 3018 or this project I'm printing. Those videos would allow me to kind of fill in gaps between content, I think. Well, here's the thing, Dan. Everyone's a noob at some point. Like, everyone needs... There is always the market for, hey guys, this is how you install Clipper on an Ender 3. Like, I have a video on how to install Clipper, but I also have a video specifically on how to install it on an Ender 3. Because an Ender 3 is a printer that a lot of people have, and specific instructions will always be good for those that need it. A lot of people... How do I word this? A lot of people are afraid to tinker and break things. I've had people ask me questions and I'm like, okay, open up underneath your printer. And they're like, I don't want to open it. And like, a lot of people are very scared of these machines when these are the most simple CNC machines in the world to work on. There's really nothing complicated about a 3D printer. You have X, Y, Z and a thing that pushes weed whacker line through a hot metal part. There's really nothing to these. Exactly, Mr. Aki. So I do want to get my hands. I'm going to try. Hopefully this week, we'll see. I got to teach myself cam. Okay, I use Carbide Create a little bit to make the one test piece that I cut, but I need to teach myself actual like cam. So I need to figure out Fusion 360 cam, and I might do a video on just, you know, this is how I machine some Voron parts on the 3018. Because that machine right there, which is sitting on a really rickety plastic shelf, and if I turned it on, it'd probably shake itself apart, is a great learning machine, but I think people try to push it too far. Yeah, I think it's, especially for its price, it's $200. It's a $200 CNC, and you can cut plastic, but I see people throwing like aluminum on its stock, and yes, it can cut it, but it's more like it's grinding the metal away, not cutting it. So Twiggy back, good luck. It should be relatively simple, and especially if you have like just make sure you use the right config for your specific Ender 3, because there's a lot of different Ender 3s. Yeah, so the reason I got into 3D printing, I originally wanted to get into CNC. Okay, I'm a tool maker by trade. I work in the tool and mold industry, injection molding. I'm a wrench monkey. I don't design, or I'm not an engineer or whatever. I'm a guy on the floor who builds it, puts the tools together. So manual bridge porting, lathe work, grinding, fitting. I have a manual background. So I wanted to get into CNC. The problem is CNC is loud, makes a mess, makes chips, it's hot, it's noisy. You can't really do it inside. 3D printing. I can have all these printers running in this room in the basement. It's fine. Nobody upstairs hears it. So, and it's clean. Like the worst you get is like, oh no, some brim I had to throw out. So, ooh, a good surface grinder can do so much. Like the ones at work, we can get down to like tenths of a thou. So yes. I got one. Yes, Elite Machine Works. We got one. It smells like white lithium grease because I finally greased it up. So light. So what I'm thinking, I'm gonna try bracing some stuff with some spare aluminum extrusion I have. But the problem is I need to figure out, there's no benchy for CNC. I need to figure out a material because wood is too soft, I think. So I think I'm gonna, like blocks of those high density plastic blocks that I have. You need to find a plastic that you can machine reliably, because aluminum don't count. You need to find a plastic that I can machine reliably and kind of come up with a set of, a toolpath set that I could run after doing each upgrade to it to see what gives you the most improvement. What is my job title? It is mold maker. I'm a mold maker. Palm, Delrin. I've got these blocks. I don't know if they're Delrin or high density polyethylene, or I don't even know, but they're really dense hard. Try making a Thangs of CNC part. I tried. Okay, New York CNC I like. I started watching his stuff, but Titans of CNC I couldn't get into. Just that guy's attitude. I work in a tool shop. I know guys exactly like that, and yeah. Cutting board is like high density polyethylene, so it should be okay. But yeah, I need to find a source for Delrin blocks up here. So. But yeah, I will say though, single flute carbide end mills are amazing on this machine. Like they cut through the plexiglass like nothing. So. If you were to walk in any tool shop, you would see a guy that looks like the Titans of CNC guy. I guarantee it. Like when you see a guy like that, immediately I'm like, oh, that's a CNC guy, a CNC operator. That just, you either have the scrawny, skinny guy, you either have the really obese guy, or you have the guy who looks like he's on Titans of CNC. There's that three body types when it comes to CNC operators, at least from what I've seen. But yeah, Delrin's great. Because here's the thing, a lot of people are like, oh, I want to machine printer parts out of aluminum. Delrin is a great plastic for that, and you could do it on something like a 3018. So you can buy a 3018 for 200 bucks, and then just buy a bunch of Delrin, and you can machine 3D printer parts dang well on it. And Delrin will be better than printed ABS. So. Problem is you got to make sure the parts are designed for that. I am not a button pusher. The problem is, at least from what I've seen, a lot of shops are moving away from machinists being machinists. You have a lot of people that are operators, but very few people are machinists. So what that means is you have a few people on day shift that sit there and they do all the programming for all the machines during the day. And then you have guys running the machines, but the guys running the machines just know how to put the tool on, or put the block on, pick up XYZ, pick up everything, and then just run the programs and maybe tweak the programs a little bit. But they're not machinists, they're operators. Do you have a video on how to set up a printer on Clipper? I know there is some on Voron's and the Air 3, but a generic video. So here's the thing with Clipper. The process is pretty much the same. Either you have to flash it over USB, or you flash it over the SD card for the firmware, but the actual process is the same. You just have to make sure that you're following the printer config guide for your specific printer or controller board to make sure you're using the right firmware or the right make file for the firmware and the right config. But the actual step-by-step process is the same. So if you were to go to the Klipper website, read the guide on how to install Klipper, and then watch my video and kind of just reference both, you can install Klipper on any machine. Oh yeah, this old Tony, AVE, even to an extent like Adam Savage and Tested, like, dude, I'm wearing the apron he used to wear. So I would love, like, if, okay, so 5 years from now, I got 1 million subs, whatever. I would love to do basically what Tested is, what Adam Savage and Tested is, where he just plays around in his shop all day, makes stuff, and makes videos about the stuff he's making. That is my ultimate end goal, is basically have my garage turned into a shop, and I just fiddle around all day and make videos on the stuff I'm making. And we just live stream and hang out. I would love that, but we'll see. Brandon, what printer is it? Yes, I am subscribed. I'm actually subscribed to 517. I've seen the guy on the Discord making the Voron parts in the what does he have? A Haas in his garage, his parents' garage. And yes, so I subscribed to him, and yeah. But yeah, I have seen him machining the Voron parts. Okay, so Brandon, in that case, what you would do, you would look up the printer or the Klipper config for your controller board. So hopefully it's a standard controller board, like a Ramps or a Melzi even, or an SKR of some sort. So you want to find out what controller board you have, and then what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to create your own config. So with Klipper, let me pull it up here. I know I said the stream was going to end, but we're just kind of talking. So, you go to the Klipper GitHub, and you have all these configs here. So, some of these configs are for specific printers, and then some of them are for like a Duet. Okay, so this is a Klipper config for a Duet on a standard printer. So what you would do is find a Klipper config for your controller board, and then you would basically have to reference that config, the pin mapping for your controller board, and then a Core XY config to kind of, okay, so on a Core XY printer, these are the X motor, the step direction, whatever pins, and then you would have to enter what those are for your controller board. So it's not too complicated. I streamed creating a Klipper config for V226. So that has a Duet 2 and it's a Voron. There is no config for a Duet running Klipper on a Voron that's official. So I had to create the config for that printer from scratch. I did it on my stream. If you want to watch that, that might give you an idea of how you have to do it, kind of. So. I have a 500 kilogram desktop CNC that I've converted to Linux CNC. I'm working on a tool changer. Nice. Yeah, I won't have tool changers. I'll have ER16 call it, so I got to change by hand. Gonna jump on the Physix Spider. Well, here's the thing. Okay, I got one running a Duet, and I got Taco Raven. If I was gonna get a Spider, I don't know which one I would get rid of, because the Duet's been fine, but V226 would need a rewiring sooner, because those are silicone wires and they're original from like the V2.2 days. So that probably needs a rewiring. Taco Raven is 2130s and it's a depreciated board. That one could use the biggest upgrade in a controller board, but the wiring's still good. So I don't know. Yeah, photochromax. So with Klipper, the basic way to understand how Klipper works is you need to know the pins. As long as you know the pinout for your controller board and the MCU is supported by Klipper, you can create a Klipper config. Because you basically tell it, X motor, these are your pins, do this. And that's it in the config. So you just keep adding stuff to the config until you have all the features you want. You have a bed probe, you add the bed probe stuff to your config. You don't have a bed probe, you don't add it. It's relatively simple. It just takes you a minute to kind of understand it. Yeah, like let's see here. Is 26 online? Yeah, 26 is online. Okay, so this is V226. Okay, so this is my V2 running a Duet 2 as a controller. And then I also have my X and Y motor are 2208s in standalone mode on a separate custom expansion board. Okay, so I had to create this from scratch. So you can even see right here. So what I did was I took the SKR 1.4 Klipper config, because that's the kind of printer I'm running is a Voron, and the default config is an SKR 1.3 or 1.4. And then what I did was I went through and adjusted all my pin assignments. So I don't have an SKR 1.4, but the step pin on a Duet with a custom expander is PD2 is my X motor step pin. PD28 is my direction pin, etc., etc., etc. So I had to go ahead and create this whole configuration from scratch for this. And at first it looks relatively complicated, but literally all you're doing is you're finding a donor config, so a Core XY config with all the features that you want. And you're just going through it line by line and going, okay, stepper X. What is the direction pin on my controller board for stepper X? And you look at your controller board's pinout and you go, okay, it's this pin. And you write it down. And then what is my direction pin for stepper X? What's this pin? Write it down. And you just keep going all the way through. And you hit save, restart. And then it'll pop up and it'll say, error, this is wrong. And then you fix that error. Because Klipper is actually really good on telling you what's wrong. And then once you don't have errors anymore, you tell it to move. And if it moves correctly, hey, you're right. Everything's good. If it doesn't move, if a motor doesn't move at all, well, maybe you don't have the right pin. If the motor moves in the wrong direction, hey, maybe you have to invert the direction of the motor. It's not complicated. It's just, it takes a little bit of time. Do I think the Spider will be better than the Mini E3 V2? Well, they're completely different boards. The Spider is eight steppers and a much beefier board. So. Yeah, don't look at Marlin pins. Look at, go look at the actual pinout of the controller board. So, let me pull it up here. So my little, let me pull it up here. So on my tryout board, so this is my SKR 1.1 mini demo board. This is the pinouts for it, okay? So these are for my X motor, the direction pin is PC7. The step pin is PC6 and enables PB15. But if you notice, these are 2208s. They have UART control for controlling the stuff via firmware instead of, pots and jumpers. So unfortunately, this board doesn't have built-in traces for connecting the stepper driver to the MCU. So what I did is I have jumper cables that go from whatever pin on the 2208 and they connect to the expansion 2. So in my case, I just go into my config and tell it, hey, on expansion 2, the UART pin for stepper X is PB4. Okay, oh, let me move. Is PB4. Okay, so it would be this guy right here. And then the UART pin for stepper Y would be PD2 because that's what I have it plugged into. So this is what you want to see for your board. That's one thing Big Tree Tech does is they make a really good map for this. On some controller boards, you can't find this map easily. So like my bed heater is PC9. So in my config, I would go bed heater and I would put PC9 because that's what the pin that controls my bed heater is. Okay. So it's not complicated. It just takes you a minute with Clipper. Yeah, Big Tree Tech, that's one thing they do well is their pinout mapping schematic is actually pretty well. For the most part. Joe, it's for stealth chop, spread cycle, current, micro stepping. If you have stall guard, or like sensorless homing, all that. So like, for example, on this board right here, if I wanted to change it with, like change the motors to a bigger motor and then change it from, say it's driving a rotational X-axis to a lead screw, it would just be, I just literally go in the config and just change a few lines and hit save. I don't need to change jumpers. I don't need to do anything fancy for micro-stepping. I just literally go micro-stepping 2, and now it's at micro-stepping 2. Or you go micro-stepping 32, and now it's at 32. Just save, close, you're done. So. Oh, Brandon, $10. Thank you very much. Your Clipper explanations are helpful. And thank you for sticking around and answering my questions. See, the problem is you guys got me talking, and I have a drink. So, it is what it is. My earpods are finally charged, so. Usually these start beeping. I know it's the time to end stream. We need tool boards for extruders. Yes, I like the idea. Another problem is like things like Toasty Boy. Now, you know, these are usually big open air. Keeping your stepper cool, or keeping your stepper driver cool, is a non-issue when you can blast a fan on it. Well, now you're trying to make a really compact, tiny board with a 2209 on it to run a extruder motor in an enclosure that's 70 degrees Celsius, right next to a motor that's running at 90 degrees Celsius. So, I was checking out the Hellboy print earlier. That is from a while ago. That actually print wasn't for me. That was a commission. So I printed it, I put it together, I took some pictures, and then I gave it to buddy who wanted it. So tool head boards can work. They just need to be manufactured right. Also, another problem is a lot of them are generic, so you kind of have them slapped onto the side of a tool head and they take up a bunch of room. So, but yes, I do agree. Think about it. You go from the massive cable loom that we have right now to 5 wires and you're done. Answers only get better. Don't worry, I'm not drunk. I'm not even drunk. I haven't been drinking to the point where I'm going to give away all the secret Voron stuff that's being developed. Stuff that would blow your mind. You missed a fun time in voice chat on the Voron Discord last night. I worked last night, so I got home at like 12:30 and I was upstairs. And the thing is, my computer room upstairs shares a wall with the bedroom. And if I were to join the chat, yeah, too loud. Is there any mount for the accelerometer on the AB style toolhead? So the two options If you watch the video, my part 2 video on input shaper, you can mount it right to the front of it. So like the little screw holes right here, you can just take out the screw and use a longer screw. How did I get on the Voron dev team? Well, listen here. So years ago, I built a Voron, and I was in the Slack, and they said, "Hey, you built a Voron," and they invited me into the super secret club, and yeah, that was it. It was a lot easier when there was like 10 people. But basically, okay, if you want to get on the Voron team, it's pretty much just participate in the community, and if you do something cool, you might get pulled into the dev team. The dev team isn't really a dev team at this point. There's like 50-something people on the dev team. It isn't a dev team. It's more of a think tank, cabal type amalgamous blob of people. I don't know. Get known by everyone. Like, some people get in just like they're working on something that the team is interested in, or they're just super helpful people that we think, hey, you're kind of cool, come hang out. So there is no, like, if you have to ask to join the Voron dev team, you're not getting on the Voron dev team. That's just kind of how it works. So, do we have a chant? No, it's a dance with some Mongolian throat singing involved. It's like the Stonecutters song. But yeah, it was a lot easier back in the day. I still don't know why I'm on it. I think I'm on it because I'm the guy who makes the videos, but when I got in, it was a lot different back then. Because you gotta remember, this is back in the Slack days. So. Like, yeah. It's like coming up. Actually, no, wait. I gotta check something now. Because what's it? It's March now, right? Profile. No. /r/Voron. Core XY. Yeah, it's Fight Club. V1. So, Tallboy, for those that are unaware, was my first Voron. But it was actually a V1 originally, and it was a V1. I actually got V1 100. And that was my very first Voron. So just to put in perspective, we're now up to V1 85. So since I built my very first Voron, and I've been involved with Voron since, I've been involved with Voron for over 3 years from when I started my first build. But here it is. So my serial request for my very first Voron was, wow, okay, over 3 years. March 3rd, 2018 was when I got my Voron, when I applied for my first serial. So, there it is right there. Saturday, March 3rd at 4:04 p.m. Now, if you want to see something sad, this is my serial request video for V1 100. Look at that. Ramps, A4988s, Marlin 1.18, PETG parts, a rod zip tied, a Mark 8 extruder, blue tape on the bed because my heater hadn't come in yet, a V1.55 with the exploding bearings mod, or the exploding bearings were stock. This was the old school like Volcom bed, which was way too stiff but worked okay. Same with the fan shrouds. Yeah. And a BL Touch. Now, I fixed it. This, I'm going to show you a video now. No, this is on my channel, but not a lot of people watch it. This is how V1 ended up before I took it apart. So this is fully reprinted in ABS. It's got a BM Gobius. So this is this was the precursor to the Mobius 3, I believe. Or Mobius 2 even. But it used BMG drives and it was a Mobius extruder. And this was a fixed Z. And it's still running Marlin because this was before Clipper. The belted Z. Don't ever do belted Z like that. It's not a good idea. The Ultra Bass. Manually leveled bed with a fixed Z. I dropped the BL Touch altogether. It was a fixed Z. No ABL at all. And then, by the way, that gantry arm there is still it's still on. I'm still using it. It's on fucking, or sorry, language. It's on V226. So that is literally the oldest printed part that I'm still using. Because one of my things is every time I upgrade a printer, any of my Vorons, I don't upgrade one component. I keep a component from the original configuration, okay? So on V226, I'm still using the original V2.0 Bowden inlet and some of the electronics mounts from the V2.0 days on it. On Tallboy here, I think it's a fan holder or something for the electronics or something. There's something in there that is original from V1.0. So I try to keep something and carry it forward on all my printers. So yeah, the problem with that setup though, Dustin, was it ended up cracking. It was some random mod somebody made on Thingiverse, and it was not structurally sound. So yeah, it's the soul. Like, as long as you carry one part along, it's the same printer. It's, you know. It's like, the vision. What is spaghetti if not an ender doing what it does? Heritage, yeah, Shipathesius. Yeah, the old days. Back in my day, all we had was an STL a folder full of STLs and a video. Okay, here. You want to know what it was like back in the day? So this is V2.0. So I had a V2.0. Okay. Reddit.com. So I have built every version of the V2, okay? Heck, I think I even tried out some V2.3 parts that never existed. So this is where is it? V26. So this is my very first print on V226 using a Mr. Russian cat food machined bed, by the way. So this is my original V2.0. With the front gantry bar. So we had the front crossbar. Cat 5 for the wiring. I was actually the test bed. This printer was the test bed for tape chain. I was the very first Voron to run tape chain. This was the test bed for tape chain. So yeah, so that's next to V1 100. But yeah. And this is running RepRap firmware. Back the big old chonky tool head with the fat fan shrouds. So here's the funny thing. Up until okay, let me mute. I'm gonna get a copyright strike here, but the music makes this video. So up until the V2.1, there was no manual. Okay, you have to remember. What's the advice for printing parts on a Voron Mobius? ABS if you can. If not, it's not an enclosed object, so print PLA or PETG. But ABS if you can. It's designed for ABS. So, back before V2, I think V2 48, if I'm not mistaken, around there. So, sub V250 serials. If you built a V2.0, there was no manual. Now, later on, there were some pictures in a somewhat of a bomb that community members had made. But in my case, for example, somebody had put together a list of screws by literally building it and then counting all the screws they put in. And there was a few pictures. But for those first like serials, like let me pull it up here. Minnesoconi. This is how old this is. This is the first revision of the V2.0 belt coffins. This is the very first V2 serial, okay? With the belt chains and everything. And this is running Duet. He had to hack together this config on his own for ADL, okay? So, you want to know what he had to go with? Okay. Back in the early days, if you wanted to build a Voron V2, this is V2 interlude. This will make sense in a minute. Oh god, the printed idlers blew up so many of those. Andre. You ever get your V0 built yet, man? Okay, so you just saw the V2 interlude video, okay? There is a configurator on the website that will tell you the lengths of aluminum extrusions you need and the lengths of the rails you need. That's it. And here's a file, here's a folder with all the STLs. Build the printer. Because the first couple of people that got V2 serials, that's all they had to go off of. They had that video. They had a few pictures, I think, on Slack. They had the extrusion length and the rail length. and a folder of STLs. And that is it. And now there's sourcing guides and videos and manuals and yeah. So back in my day. So anyone with like a sub 50 V2 serial, they know that pain. So. Yep. They were good times though. That was fun. I every now and then I kind of miss the Slack days. It was like Wild West back then. And now we have a step-by-step list. Like, hey, if you want to buy every part that we like on the Voron, like every designer or dev team approved part, literally just go down the list, click it, click the link, go to the site, add the part to your cart, and you'll have a great part or a great Voron. And then people keep complaining about kits not having good parts, and it's like, we don't control the kits. So. Yeah, okay, so let's pull up the calculator. So let me pull up the Voron Discord. And let's see here. What are we at for serials? So as it is right now, there are 1,774 serial Vorons. So let's be conservative. Now, of those 1,774, 1,200 of them, or 1,134 of them, are V2s. Okay? So being super conservative, and let's balance it out, $1,000 a Voron on average. Okay? V1s, V2s, switch wires, V0s, once you factor in everything, $1,000 a Voron. That's like $1.7 million in Vorons that have been serialed. There's a lot of people that don't even bother serialing their Vorons. There's a lot of people that don't even know the Voron Discord or the subreddit exists, okay? They just heard on some group, whatever, that Vorons are awesome. They go to the site, they download the plans, they download the STLs, they build their Voron, and they move on with their life. So it is a massive market. And in terms of the dev team, like, there's donations and a few kickbacks from affiliate links. That's about it. So yeah. So the kit makers are the only ones making money off this. Good point, Andre. So for those that are unaware, there is an entire Voron community in China that is completely separate from us. Like, some of us have talked to them over WeChat and seen some pictures. They go nuts on the colors. They do some crazy stuff, and it's awesome. But there's a whole Voron community in China that is completely separate from the Voron community here, because it's a great firewall and all that. So you'd be surprised, Turbo. Like, back, you know, it's funny because everyone complains about the Discord. Here, let me turn the music back on, because it's a chat. It's chat. You have to remember, like, there was the subreddit. And then there was the Slack, and the Slack was kind of just to help people build it and chat. And eventually we outgrew the Slack and everything moved to the Discord. And we had no idea it would ever grow this big. Nobody knew it would grow this big. So at the time when it's like, oh, hey, I'm having problems building something right now in front of me, Slack and Discord makes sense because you can get live help. And now it's like there's like over 10,000 people. Like, we purge the Discord occasionally, like where we kick off people that have been inactive for a certain amount of time, because we don't care about the numbers. But it's insane. Like, and the problem is, like, at this point, it's like nobody on the team wants to moderate a forum, because people keep asking for a forum, and it's like nobody wants to moderate a forum. So the Discord works well enough. It was kind of meant for a couple dozen to a couple hundred, not 10,000 plus people. So, and honestly, it's well behaved compared to some of the other Discords. Purple frame, dark blue with light blue. I could see it. I kind of wanted to do, like, my original idea for Toasty Boy was to do like a cyberpunk, like a blue, yellow, purple theme. But I like the red on black. So. Yeah, and you can search on Discord. Like some of us, like there are a lot, every now and then come up, somebody really wants a chat, like a forum, I mean. And it's like nobody, the problem is things move too fast, I think, for a forum. Like there's no way that the amount of design and the amount of advancement that has taken place, if we were all on a forum only, especially on the dev team side, would not have happened. Like, stuff happens so quickly when you have chat. When you have instant chat and instant feedback, you can advance, like, stuff is so much quicker. So. Switchwire blue frame. What should the accent be? I'm almost done with the black base files. I really liked the orange. But if you're going with black main parts... So blue frame, black. Silver, no. Red, maybe. A light blue, maybe. It's hard to say. You can go, if you have Fusion 360, you can recolor stuff. So you can play around with the colors in Fusion 360. And then, oh yeah, by the way, the Voron Facebook group is completely its own thing. It's not official in any way. There is some crossover on the moderation team, but it's its own thing. Do the complement blue, yeah. The problem with non-planar printing, like honestly, the Switchwire, it wasn't designed with non-planar in mind, but when we were developing, or when, you know, that's all Russian cat food, by the way, for the Switchwire. That was his summer project. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a printer. But non-planar came up, and it would be a great non-planar printer because it's Core XZ, but the problem is slicer support isn't quite there, and the tool head, the Afterburner tool head, is not meant for, it is nowhere near narrow enough. Something, honestly, like this kind of tool head would be great. Like the Fadus here would actually be probably pretty well at non-planar printing because it's kind of a narrower design. Because you want like a V-shaped tool head. And once you add fans and whatnot on the side, it's not really possible. Yeah, and then the subreddit just became serial posts. Like, because most people, when they share stuff, they share it on the Discord. Nobody bothers to go to the subreddit to share stuff because it's all serial posts. And because people only post serial posts there, nobody goes to share anything there because it's only serial posts. And it's a vicious cycle. Like, if you go back on the subreddit, like if you search by most viewed, yeah, there's content, but lately it's only been, unfortunately, serials. But, I don't know. There's stuff being worked on. What do I think about using polycarbonate? The problem with polycarbonate is anything polycarbonate that gets exposed to grease or oils has the tendency to deteriorate and break down and crack. So you want, and unfortunately with Core XY, there's a lot of bearings and rails. So it's kind of, Is anyone trying to use frickin' lasers on their 3D printers? We like Clipper too much, because, yeah. So Core XY and laser is no. Actually SmoothieWare might be able to do it. I can't remember, but it's current year. Who uses SmoothieWare? But there's a few people with lasers, but nothing official. Just a few guys toying around, like the 3018, like the CNC stuff. There is no official Voron CNC stuff. I got a 3018, and like a couple other guys on the dev team have little hobby level CNCs, but it's just us playing around with them. There's nothing like Voron banner CNC. I only tend to print in ABS, so part cooling isn't much of a concern. There you go. Marlin or Gerbil for laser. Well, there you go. I have Gerbil on the 3018 there. It's a thing. It's. I really wish Clipper ran CNCs. Oh my god. Good night, Tater. Brandon. So the problem with Avro. So the problem with Avro is one, it requires machining. It's like there is zero overlap with Avro and Voron. Okay, it's a CNC using custom machined components. Voron is kind of built in your garden shed with garden tools, like nothing complicated. So a fun little hobby project for a single guy that I don't know if I'll ever release the CAD for it, and if I do, it won't be like a bomb and instructions. It'll just be like, here's a CAD, figure out screw lengths on your own. So yeah. Input shaping on CNC. Oh my god. If I could take Clipper, flash it on an SKR, have breakout cables connecting it to like a TB660 or like a Gecko drive hooked up to a NEMA 23 running a CNC, I would be in heaven, because it would make me figuring out electronics for Avro so much easier. But it don't work that way. So because for those that don't know, you can actually break out like the bigger drivers. Like I have one. Where do I have one? Yeah. Like this is one thing I use my test board for. I have a NEMA 23 for testing. Like, well, I needed it for sizes. So I have a NEMA 23 motor here. This is going to be the Z motor on Avro. And just to test it to make sure like it worked and whatnot, I have a TB660 stepper motor driver here. And I plugged it into my little demo board there. Because all you really need is 4 pins. So I went ahead and pulled those 4 pins off the step stick pins, and I was able to drive this motor. It works just fine. It's just, it thought it was a 3D printer motor. So you can run bigger motors off of an SKR, it's just the firmware doesn't exist. The CNC. Oh, I could do Marlin, I guess, but it's current year. Who's using Marlin? So, why isn't Clipper usable with CNC machining? Because it doesn't know what a G17 is. There is a ton of stuff with CNC G code that a firmware like Clipper that is designed for 3D printers in mind just does not understand. So let me, because I've been playing around with CNC, let me pull it up here. Downloads. So I machined a little Voron logo, and let me see here, pull it off the machine. So I machined these guys on 3018, right? These are the Voron logos. I didn't make the CAD. Somebody else made the CAD because I can't make the cam yet. So somebody made these, and it's an NC file. It's a CNC file. It's a .nc file. So this is what it looks like, okay? So it's using a ball end mill, whatever. But, like, as you can see, so we start off, we have G0, whatever, Z5, G1, Z this, but then it goes, okay, S1200, what's S1200 mean? And then it just starts spitting out X and Y coordinates, no G1s or anything, because the way CNC works, it's all modal. I think it's modal is the correct term, where it just, okay, now you're moving, it just tells you, it just goes G1, and then every move is a G1. It knows that. Whereas 3D printer G code, no, that's not it. Documents. Is you notice you have stuff like every line begins with a G1 because it forgets after every line. So if you were to feed an NC file, let alone most 3D printers can't even upload an NC file, it wouldn't know what it's dealing with. And then you also have spindle. You also don't have temperatures. You don't have hot ends. So it's a completely different beast. You lost the music. Yeah, because my headphones died. So I think we're going to call the stream there. Yeah, Fusion can be converted, but the problem is it's not the same. It's kind of like how some I can't remember. I think it's Smoothyware where they do lasers, where they interpret another command as the laser command. So you're hacking it to make it work. It's not true support. So if I like, you know, for CNC, I want to run actual legit CNC code, because if I download anything or whatever, I want to be able to run it. So unfortunately, as I've said in other streams, because it comes up often, I wish Clipper did CNC, but Clipper cannot into CNC. It ain't gonna happen unless somebody decides to, you know, sit there and write a parser and rewrite the whole friggin' thing to understand G code. Because like right now, home is home. What is a work offset? Clipper doesn't know what a work offset is. So anyways, it's like midnight. This is my third glass. Y'all have a great night tonight. Hope you enjoyed while I printed the mushroom family. Anyone who supported the stream tonight and donated, you guys are awesome. You help support the content I create and the things I do to entertain you and educate you. I want to give a shout out to Thangs again for sponsoring the stream tonight. We'll see them next week. They are an awesome company. Make sure you go to thangs.com if you have not. Create an account, download some things, share some Thangs, create some Thangs. Thangs. It's fun to say. So, y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend. Tomorrow is not my birthday. Monday is my birthday, but because I'm working, tomorrow is my birthday for the family. So I'm going to go have a nice nap. See y'all in the morning. Or actually, no, I won't see you in the morning. I'm going to see my family in the morning. But I'll see you all whenever I make the video this week. And I'll see you next Saturday for the next stream. Hopefully I have some stuff for Toasty Boy. If not, probably another variety stream. We might play with the CNC in my garage. We'll see. Y'all take care. Wash your hands. Have a nice day. Peace.